Welcome to the live show. You know what time it is? It is your boy Genesis. It is currently 1:07 p.m. And of course, today's date is the 25th of April 2025. It is Friday, all right? And it is cloudy and sunny out here in the South. I am in Atlanta, Atlanta, Georgia. And of course, we're having a good time. And it's going to be a wonderful show. God bless you guys. Thank you for tuning in. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. All right. It is your boy Genesis. If you're just tuning into the show, God bless you one more time. Here we go. CNN has something to say concerning Zelensky, of course, of Ukraine, and Vladimir Putin of Russia, and of course, the 45th and the 47th President of the United States. He wants peace, but he's not a Ukrainian and is not a Russian. He wants peace for those countries. However, the main priority is Americans, okay? Americans are the number one priority. So if those guys, Zelensky and Putin, are not willing to come to a conclusion or a negotiation or a deal, then whatever happens, I guess, happens because they've been losing so much life in those regions for years now. And it's like some people would say, why wouldn't you tell Putin to stop it? Well, at this point, it's like, does it really matter who started it? It really doesn't matter who started it at this point. It's just peace. All right. Peace in those regions. That's what Trump has been advocating for. But anyway, here we go.
Russia and Ukraine would include forcing Kyiv to recognize Russia's illegal seizure of Crimea in 2014. Quote, I don't care.
Look, I just want to see the war end. I don't care. If they're both happy, they both sign an agreement. I have no favorites. I don't want to have any favorites. I want to have a deal done.
Now, as the president argues that ultimately the recognition of who controls Crimea doesn't matter to him, he does care greatly about reaching a deal to end this war in Ukraine. And we're told he's become increasingly frustrated that a peace agreement has proven so elusive so far as he is now approaching his 100th day in office. The president told reporters today that he has no favorites when it comes to the outcome here, but he did also criticize President Zelensky for being what he said was more difficult to deal with than President Putin.
I think we have a deal with Russia. We have to get a deal with Zelensky, and I hope that Zelensky, I thought it might be easier to deal with Zelensky. So far, it's been harder, but that's okay.
The president's special envoy, Steve Witkoff, who you see here, is also expected to meet one-on-one with the Russian leader for a second time this Friday. This comes as Russian missiles are still striking Kyiv and Ukraine's second largest city, Kharkiv, tonight. As my source to start us off this hour is Trump's former national security advisor, Ambassador John Bolton. And Ambassador, when you hear what the president said about not having favorites here, obviously you served as his national security advisor. I just wonder what you make of that.
Well, of course he's got favorites, and his favorite is not Russia. His favorite is Vladimir Putin, whom he thinks is his friend. Trump has already made major concessions to the Russians. He has said weeks and months ago that he would not support Ukraine being restored to its full sovereignty and territorial integrity, which is a rejection of the U.S. position and the NATO position going back to February 24th, 2022, when the Russians invaded. Trump has said that Ukraine will never become a member of NATO, which is a rejection of the U.S. position since 2008, when George W. Bush first advocated. He said that there will be no NATO security guarantees. This basically lays down central elements of what Russia already wants, and that has affected the negotiations, which, by the way, have been more about a ceasefire than a permanent peace settlement. A permanent deal is a long way away.
But what do you make of everything you just laid out there? Still hasn't resulted in a ceasefire. Why do you think that is?
Because that amounts to surrender for Ukraine. These are the Russian positions that then give them the basis after they regroup and rebuild their army for the third invasion of Ukraine to finish what Putin and the Kremlin began back in 2005, announcing it publicly to the world that they were about recreating the Russian Empire. And that includes, critically, getting control of Ukraine. This Trump approach to Russia, I think, is a critical mistake for the United States. This will be one of the biggest reversals of policy in history. It will have ramifications for American national security all over the world. And as Trump says, he doesn't really care about it. He just wants to do it to get the war behind him. That's all he really cares about.
What do you make of how it seems he's very frustrated that he's approaching 100 days in office and still there is no agreement, nothing?
Well, in part because he doesn't understand what this war is all about. He has said several times, including in the State of the Union message, he thinks the war is senseless. For very different reasons, neither the Russians nor the Ukrainians think that. The Ukrainians are fighting for their freedom and independence. The Russians are fighting to expand the Russian Empire. That's a hard position to compromise, whether Trump thinks it's senseless or not. Anybody who understands this history would appreciate that this is going to be more difficult than Trump and Steve Witkoff think. But if we see these reports turn out to be true, this, by the way, is Witkoff's fourth meeting with Putin on the subject of Ukraine. Witkoff has apparently been urging that sanctions against Russia, and particularly sanctions against the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, be revoked. This would be a huge further concession to Russia.
Yeah, Politico is reporting that tonight. We haven't confirmed that yet, but as Steve Witkoff is on his way to meet with Putin on Friday in Russia, I want you to listen to what the vice president said about how ready the U.S. is basically to walk away from this.
We've issued a very explicit proposal to both the Russians and the Ukrainians, and it's time for them to either say yes or for the United States to walk away from this process. And the only way to really stop the killing is for the armies to both put down their weapons, to freeze this thing, and to get on with the business of actually building a better Russia and a better Ukraine.
If the U.S. does walk away, what do you think that means for relations with Russia from the United States perspective? Do they try to normalize them after that and essentially just leave this, or what could that look like?
Yes, I think they leave Ukraine in the dust. When Vance says we're giving Russia and Ukraine terms that they should agree to, he's saying Ukraine should surrender 20% of its territory in response to two acts of unprovoked aggression over the last 10 years. This is a roadmap for Red China, Freudian slip, for People's Republic of China to go after Taiwan, to continue to go after the South China Sea, for Russia to take aggression action elsewhere in the territory of the former Soviet Union, and in fact a license for rogue states around the world. It's not necessarily Trump's view, but I think it is Vance's view. This is a significant American retreat from responsibility for its own national security globally.
On one other thing, the president said today no one is asking Ukraine to recognize Crimea as Russia's. That was something that President Zelensky had said earlier was not going to happen. But the New York Times does report tonight that European officials who have seen this proposed agreement say the U.S. would recognize Crimea as that. And the New York Times pointed out that when Secretary of State Marco Rubio was a senator, he co-sponsored an amendment to block the U.S. from ever recognizing any Russian claim of sovereignty over parts of Ukraine that it has seized.
Yeah, well, Rubio was right the first time. If we recognize the Russian seizure of the Crimea and the annexation is legal, it would not only be contrary to American national security interest, it would be a mark of shame on the administration, on Trump, on Vance, on everybody in the administration who supported it. And it would be an open license for other countries to take aggressive action. I don't think people are focused enough on how the rest of the world will read this. Along with everything else Trump has done, including the tariff war that he's launched against friends and allies, I think people all over America, all over the world, doubt America's word, doubt our extended nuclear deterrent, thus providing an incentive for nuclear proliferation, doubt our word as an ally, thus fragmenting the alliances further, all of which doesn't benefit the United States. It endangers us in a very complex, very dangerous, increasingly threatening world, and the Trump administration does not get it.
Ambassador John Bolton, thank you for your time tonight.
President.
I mean, he's saying what he thinks is right. In his opinion, everybody has a right to say what they think. However, I think that Trump even sending Witkoff to Russia to have a conversation with Vladimir Putin is already a win. And it's been back and forth to Russia, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times? That is already a win for the Trump administration. That is opening a dialogue. Now, has the war ended? Absolutely not. They're still going back and forth. There's still negotiation being done. But this guy saying Trump doesn't understand the war, and Trump saying that he doesn't understand what they are fighting for. When people are losing their lives, there is really no excuse. You could say you're trying to expand according to Russians, right? Or Vladimir Putin, or the Kremlin, or whatever you want to say. They're expanding their landmass, right, into Ukraine. Ukrainians are saying, we are already a sovereign nation, so you cannot try to take us back. This is democracy. Okay, both people are fighting in their mind, a worthy course. However, people are dying. Okay, so would you rather say, well, Ukraine, stand your ground, keep fighting till the end, keep fighting till the end? Is that what you want? No. Would you rather say Russians should keep expanding themselves into Ukraine? Absolutely not. So how then do you settle this war? You got to negotiate. You got to deal. You got to find out what both people want and meet them in the middle. That's what they want. Ukraine wants to be sovereign nation like they already are. Russia just wants to display power, I guess. But Ukraine also, they were trying to get aid or aligning with NATO, and that was already a deal saying you can't align with NATO. So this is what Vladimir Putin has been complaining about for years. But it is what it is. Hopefully Trump is able to just end this war. He said it was going to end it day one. Obviously, it didn't happen. This is 95 days in the Oval Office, and he's still trying to get it sorted out. Hopefully it gets sorted out.
Trump weighing in on the war in Ukraine after Trump slammed President Zelensky for prolonging the war. That's what he said. Take a listen.
I think we have a deal with Russia. We have to get a deal with Zelensky, and I hope that Zelensky, I thought it might be easier to deal with Zelensky. So far it's been harder, but that's okay.
This after Vice President Vance earlier today kicked the ball to European leaders to be the ones to continue leading the negotiations, adding that he thinks the next phase would be to freeze the current territorial lines where they are now. Now, back in Ukraine, the war has resumed in full force after that brief Easter respite. Today, a Russian drone struck a bus carrying people to work, killing 9, injuring 30, according to the Ukrainian government. Despite all this, British officials say Ukraine talks held in London were, quote, productive and successful, even after U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio backed out of attending the talks last minute. Joining us now to talk about all of this, Democratic Congressman from Massachusetts, Jake Auchincloss, who also served as a U.S. Marine in Afghanistan. Congressman, thanks for joining us. So take a listen to President Trump moments ago talking more about why he wants this war to end as soon as possible.
When we have it down to $65 a barrel, it went up to almost $100 a barrel. And at that number, Putin and Russia made a lot of money. So I think one of the reasons, look, I think he has a certain respect for me, but one of the big reasons is oil prices are down. I think this is a good time to get the war settled.
What's your reaction, Congressman?
Putin does not have respect for Donald Trump because Donald Trump negotiates with Russia out of a posture of appeasement, and Putin only respects strength. The way to conduct these negotiations is for the United States to state clearly, here is how we are going to ensure Ukraine's security. We are going to let it use the 300 billion euros in Russian frozen assets to field and equip a 1 million-man army. We are going to guarantee it freedom of navigation in the Black Sea. And it is going to enter the European Union so that it can have an EU rapid response force for security guarantees. That is how you negotiate with Russia, from strength, by declaring Ukraine's security and then seeing what Russia is willing to offer. You do not start the negotiations by giving them everything they asked.
Well, one thing is for sure, that guy, he can say what he wants to say, but he's not the president of the United States. And the president of the United States was voted in with the assurance of over 70 million people knowing that he's capable because he's been president before, and they feel that he's capable of stopping the war, bringing back an economy that the people would triumph, that the people would essentially be successful in a very secured border, low inflation. They trust him to do these things, and he's been doing it. So, I mean, first 95 days, and he's already done all of this stuff. I get it. Most people are just angry about the fact that he promised day one.
Let's bring in retired four-star
he
General
hasn't
Jack Keane, former
delivered on ending the
Chief
war.
of Staff of the Army, now chairman of the Institute for the Study of War. He is also a Fox News senior strategic analyst. General, always great to have you on the show. The president appears to be remaining optimistic about this. It looks like there are hurdles in the way. Rich Edson was just saying that the president says he thinks the two sides want to make a deal. What about you, General? Do you think there is an appetite on both sides to get this deal done?
Well, certainly, that's what makes this so difficult. I mean, largely there's always rhetoric to make a deal by both sides, but then when you really get down into the details of what that really means, sometimes the political will is not there. We're not at that point yet, but we do have a couple of indicators. One is that President Zelensky and his people want to make a peace deal. And he has made concessions, gave up security guarantees to do a 30-day ceasefire. Russia has never agreed to that. So that indicates that they likely want more concessions before they're willing to do something like that. I do know that the talks in London that just occurred yesterday from a source involved and participating in that was Ukraine, United Kingdom, Britain, and France, and obviously the United States. They appeared to be very productive in the fact that they got to understand all of Ukraine's concerns going forward. And obviously they'll adapt some of those concerns as they expand what the strategic framework is for a deal. Russia was given the same piece of paper that laid out a strategic framework deal between Russia and Ukraine. We've yet to get the feedback on that. I think likely Wickoff has had the meeting with Putin, and the president probably has some feedback about all of that. So there's meetings upcoming in about a week. I think it'll be tough. This is the hardest part of any deal, is when you get down to the details. Look we had a stalemate in Korea, and we were never able to get a complete peace deal. We're in an armistice for all of these years. So this is hard work in front, and it does reveal whether both sides are sincere about making a peace deal and willing to make some compromises to get it.
You talk about compromise, and I want to get your point on this, General, because I think it's important. The Wall Street Journal came out and said Trump's Ukraine ultimatum. It goes on to say, quoting, Mr. Trump can still salvage a deal in Ukraine, but the current final settlement offer looks like it would set up Mr. Putin to win the war now or later. The world's rogues will notice, and Mr. Trump's headaches will have only begun. I mean, it does appear that when you look at all these things, General, that Russia is getting the better part of this deal, but the alternative is what? A much, much longer war.
Yeah, well, we don't know what the details will be going forward, but I understand the Wall Street Journal, and I have similar concerns myself, certainly. But the reality is a couple things. The Ukrainians are going to have some security guarantees going forward. And that means the Europeans are willing to put a coalition of 20 nations that have agreed to put some forces in Ukraine to do peace enforcement if there is a ceasefire and a deal. It's impossible for Ukraine to go forward and agree to a deal without some security guarantees. They also want to establish a no-fly zone in Ukraine 24/7 with European fighter aircraft to enforce that. Putin, looking at that, likely will say no to that, because where Putin is, he wants concessions that make it easier for him to collapse Ukraine eventually and take the country over. He has never given up the aspiration to do that. And the fact that that is really where he is tells you that these negotiations are going to be very tough on Russia's side, because he wants Ukraine to be in a vulnerable position. So at some point at a later date, likely when President Trump leaves office, he would be able to, having rearmed and re-equipped for a number of years, and conduct a much larger invasion of Ukraine. That's the path he is on.
Yeah.
Whether we can get him off that path and make some concessions, we're going to find out.
In fact, the president was asked about concessions, asked what Russia has offered, and he said this.
What concessions has Russia offered up thus far to get to the point where you're closer to peace?
Stopping the war, taking the whole country.
Exactly. Stop the war.
Pretty big concession.
Pretty big concession. I've got only a few seconds left for you, General, but that's the whole thing. It doesn't seem like Russia's throwing a lot into the pot here.
No, I mean, they're still attacking, obviously. They're still attacking energy sectors. They're still attacking people sectors. They really haven't given up on trying to weaken the political will of Ukraine and destroy as much of their military as they possibly can. They refused to go to the 30-day ceasefire that Zelensky did. Yep. So the upcoming negotiations, as I said, are going to reveal a lot. I think if they reject it, I think the administration has got to get real tough with Russia, hit them hard in their central banks and their energy sector with crippling sanctions, and robustly arm Ukraine. And that will get Putin's attention more than anything else. Not so Ukraine can continue to fight, but so we can bring Russia to the negotiating table and get a deal.
Yeah.
And that, I think, is going to the next step the United States will have to take if Russia rejects the deal, which I suspect they will.
Yeah. General Jack Keane, great insight, analysis, as always, sir. Thank you.
Hey, Sean.
That's just wow. That is just wow. Everybody's giving their opinion when it comes to the Ukraine issue with Vladimir Putin of Russia. But the president of the United States is the OG, the 45th, the 47th President Trump. Now, a lot of people would say he said it was going to end the war on day one. But come on, this is war. It's not going to end on day one. All right, Peter Hegseth, here we go.
The person who started out with Hegseth as a workout buddy and is now a very key member of his rapidly shrinking inner circle. Brian Todd is out front.
Good morning. How's life? Good, sir.
In a line to greet NATO's Secretary General today, a man who's made a rapid rise to become a critical figure in Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth's shrinking inner circle. He's Colonel Ricky Berea, a Marine with several combat deployments, who served as a junior military assistant to Hegseth. CNN's sources say in a few short months, Ricky Berea has become one of Hegseth's most trusted advisors, as the secretary has grown more paranoid about leaks. One defense official says Hegseth likes Berea's yes sir attitude. Multiple sources tell CNN Berea has access to Hegseth's personal and government phones. He's been seen working out with Hegseth in photos posted on X, appears in a photo laughing with Elon Musk when Musk visited the Pentagon, and he's even sat in on meetings with foreign leaders. When he worked for Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin during the Biden administration, a former senior Pentagon official says Berea was essentially a body man for Austin, often seen carrying his bags. Now, CNN sources say, as Berea puts in for his retirement, Hegseth is considering appointing him his chief of staff.
One distinct problem would be the fact that as a retired colonel, he would be, in effect, outranked by all of the admirals and generals in the Pentagon. And it would make it very difficult for him to undertake the responsibilities of that position.
Multiple sources tell CNN that weeks before The Atlantic reported that Hegseth used Signal to discuss detailed military plans, Berea pushed to get Hegseth an extra desktop computer in his office with Signal on it, so Hegseth could text friends and family. Those sources tell CNN that after the Atlantic story broke, Berea asked the Defense Department's chief information officer if Hegseth could be granted an exception to use Signal more freely at work, a request that raised eyebrows among senior officials. It's also surprised a former Trump administration official.
Asking for the authorization was crazy. I mean, why would you put a insecure commercial app that can be hacked by a foreign signals intelligence service on any communications device related to the Secretary of Defense, especially when he has the most robust communication staff of anybody in the government beyond the president?
The Defense Secretary's office is considered a secure space, cell phones usually not allowed. It's not clear if Hegseth was ever given the exception to use Signal freely, or if he's continued to use it to discuss military planning. He dodged a question on that today.
Mr. Secretary, are you still using Signal for work purposes?
Secretary, to get to work, which is what we do.
The Pentagon's chief spokesman tells CNN the secretary has never used and does not currently use Signal on his government computer, but did not say why Hegseth had another computer set up with Signal installed on it. Even during the Biden administration, the government's cybersecurity agency said that highly targeted individuals should use Signal to communicate, but Pentagon rules say Signal cannot be used to transmit non-public military information. Ricky Berea did not respond to CNN's repeated request for comment about his growing influence in Pete Hegseth's inner circle, including his role in helping to facilitate Hegseth's use of Signal inside the Pentagon. Aaron?
Senior Pentagon officials tell me and Haley Britsky and Natasha Bertrand in our Pentagon reporting unit that Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth's new closest advisor helped set up a Signal on a personal computer of his, Signal and text, on a personal computer of his at the Pentagon on his desk. And then that was before Signalgate broke. And then after Signalgate broke, they asked the Pentagon's chief information officer if he could still keep using Signal on this personal computer. What's your take on this?
This is kind of just like flabbergasting. It's one story after another. I know how I actually helped organize strikes against the Houthis. You're in your SCIF, which is a controlled compartmented facility. That's where our offices are. You're getting reports on something called CIPRNet. That's the secret system from CENTCOM.
Of course, tell everybody.
Times, what's happening. And you usually then report that on an even higher level system called JWICS to top secret system to others in the national security community. So the fact that it's on Signal, that type of information, is just wrong by any account.
Well, what about the second Signal chat where his wife and his brother and his lawyer are on it?
Again, he should have come out in the beginning and said, this job's maybe a little harder than I thought. I take full responsibility. It won't happen again. It's the constant dissembling and blame shifting that has been a huge problem here. Look, I know Trump does not want to make a change at the Pentagon. At some point, though, when he is expending political capital to defend his own Secretary of Defense, that's going to be a problem. And also, let's not lose sight here of the Houthi campaign. This has been going on now for 5 weeks. And I think there are real questions about the direction in which it's going. It's about a 6-month campaign. I know something about it because we helped develop it under the Biden administration. We handed it off in the transition. But is Hegseth paying attention to this? How's it going? I think those are questions that are worth asking because all these distractions, it's just so notable, Jake, that his own people have left the Pentagon and reported to the American people that the Pentagon is in a full-blown meltdown.
His former spokesman, John Uliad.
That's that you need. The chain of command goes from the president to the Secretary of Defense, and then every military deployment around the world. That's how it works. That office is so critical. Discipline and professionalism in that office. It's about the protection of our country.
President Trump took a lot of questions today in the Oval Office, quite a change from the previous occupant. But he also just finished an interview with the Atlantic's Jeffrey Goldberg, who was, of course, added to that infamous Signal group chat where sensitive military operations were discussed. Earlier today, President Trump wrote on Truth Social, quote, "I am doing this interview out of curiosity and as a competition with myself, just to see if it's possible for the Atlantic to be truthful. Are they capable of writing a fair story on Trump? The way I look at it, what can be so bad? I won." This, of course, comes as CNN is learning that a new advisor for Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, quote, pushed to get Hegseth an extra desktop computer in his office that he could use Signal on, ostensibly for personal communication so he could more easily text friends and family from the Pentagon, the sources said. Let's go straight to the panel. Aaron McGuire, we'll start with you. So far, one House Republican, one congressional Republican, let's include the Senate too, Don Bacon was on the show. He said if he was in charge, if he was the president, he would fire Hegseth because
of course it would
just
fire
upsets him so
Hegseth.
much, especially as a former Air Force general, that this information would be shared so irresponsible.
This folks could never support anybody that Trump supports. As long as he appoints them, he supports them, he speaks highly of them, they will already run the person's name to the ground, their reputation to the ground. Look what they're doing to Tesla. Look what they're doing to Elon Musk. They're literally vandalizing Tesla dealerships. And you expect us to think this is real? I don't know now.
Do you think Hegseth should keep his job? What do you think?
Yes.
As of right now, all indications from the Trump administration and from Republicans in D.C. is Hegseth's still on good standing. Now, we all know that could change at literally any second and at any moment. But he's doing what Trump wants him to do. One, anytime a story comes out, he is fighting back. At the Easter egg roll, he went straight to camera and made his appeal to the president, pretty much, to be able to keep the job as this firestorm continues. They're using Twitter for rapid response right now, or X, about the story about the green room and whether or not he was adding lights to a makeup studio. Again, pushing back. They're being aggressive. That's what Donald Trump wants to see. But if you start to hear more whispers, more names come forward, because we're not even hearing it off the record, right? Because there is always times where in reporting it's, oh, one Republican's public, but behind the scenes they're all saying the same thing. You're not hearing that yet. So Hegseth is still on solid ground across the board, and the White House continues to push back against that NPR reporting from earlier in the week that said that the White House was looking to replace him.
So, Jonah, I mean, Hegseth did go out on the Easter egg roll day and give this defiant appeal, perhaps directly to President Trump. I mean, he said things that people in the know told me were just obfuscatory, just misleading, like the idea that second Signal group chat was about media appearances and casual stuff. It was, until he started sharing war plans, and then it became something else.
He wasn't war plans, though.
If the question is, should he be fired? He shouldn't have been appointed in the first place. And if you just go by the standards that Pete Hegseth, my former Fox News colleague, said about Hillary Clinton and about national security and about maintaining secrets and stuff, by his own previous standards, he should be fired. The reason why I don't think you're going to see I agree with Aaron that there are not a lot of Republicans who are clamoring for him to go, is because first of all, who are you going to replace him with, and will he be better? And can you get anybody through the Senate right now? They just don't want to deal with it. So until Trump gets tired of him, they're just going to say, they're going to roll their eyes a lot.
Today, the Atlantic's editor-in-chief sitting down with Trump for an interview 1 month after Goldberg wrote about the Signal group chat that he was inadvertently added to about all those war plans in Yemen. So why is President Trump doing it? Here is how Trump explains it. Quote, he's doing this interview out of curiosity and as a competition with myself, just to see if it's possible for the Atlantic to be truthful. Are they capable of writing a fair story on Trump? The way I look at it, what can be so bad? I won. But it also comes as we continue to learn more about the extent of Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth's use of the commercial messaging app Signal. Today, CNN reporting that after Goldberg's bombshell article, one of Hegseth's, quote, closest military aides made an unusual inquiry to the Defense Department's chief information officer. Would they grant an exception so that Hegseth could keep using freely? It is unclear if that request was ever approved. Joining our panel, CNN contributor, New York Times journalist, and podcast host Lulu Garcia.
I mean, how do you even know if it wasn't approved?
Along with the rest of our panelists. Lulu, how about I start with you on this one? I think, the bottom line is, as much as Donald Trump, aggressively trashes the quote-unquote mainstream media, legacy media, whatever you want to call it, he talks to all of them, right? Like all that time he was down kind of in exile at Mar-a-Lago, he was having book author after book author after book author through Mar-a-Lago. This is part of how he does business. Still, it is pretty remarkable. I mean, he obviously he's going to be joined by two other journalists as well, Ashley Parker and Michael Scher, who he had openly trashed and said, absolutely not am I doing an interview with them. What's going on?
Well, so first of all, the president's poll numbers are going south. So that's the first thing I would say. The second thing is that even though this president has been remarkably accessible when you think about compared to Biden, whom we never saw either in unscripted moments or certainly in sit-down interviews, President Trump hasn't done a lot of long sit-down interviews with the legacy media since he came into power. I'm actually struggling to think of one other than the Time magazine when he got the cover. So this is, first of all, remarkable.
He doesn't need a long interview. You go to the Oval Office every day to ask him questions. Why does he need to call you guys to come do a Legacy News long interview.
Because he's sitting down with real journalists, asking tough questions in a long form setting. And so
he did do it during the campaign with Time Magazine.
No, he didn't. No, right, during the campaign. But
you're saying when he got the cover.
When
Okay,
he, yeah. So, I think this is a moment for the president, to reach perhaps other audiences that aren't his traditional base. But also, it's grabby, right?
He's not
This is the
running
man
for
who,
re-election, okay? He's
Jeffrey
solving
Goldberg
issues.
came up with this incredible
He's solving
scoop about
problems
being
now.
put
That's
in
what
a
he's
signal
doing.
chat that had all these, secret war plans, and now he's getting, and now we're talking about it, and now we're talking about it, and he can't not want to take that and him mano a mano with Jeffrey Goldberg.
It was almost the easiest scoop ever, I have to say, Ron. No discredit to Jeffrey Goldberg, who I obviously respect deeply.
Trump is a creature of 80s tabloid New York, right? As Maggie Haberman pointed out in her book on him. I mean, he clearly believes there is no such thing as bad publicity. And he, as you're saying, he relishes the confrontation with my former colleagues at the Atlantic. But, in some ways, the fact that he is willing to sit down here is kind of less interesting to me than what he is making Republicans on the Hill do to defend. The pressure to defend the indefensible in Hegseth's behavior. That is, as students of authoritarianism will tell you, that is a hallmark of strongman leaders. Each time you force people in your party to defend things they never could have imagined they would have defended before, it gets easier to do it again, to lead them further out into deeper water. You're smiling at me, Mark. The thought that Senate Republican hawks a year ago, if you would have told them they would have been defending a Secretary of Defense this reckless repeatedly on matters of national security, they would have laughed at you. They would have laughed at you if you told them you were defending an HHS secretary who won't intervene in a measles epidemic. But each step makes the next one easier. And clearly, Trump, if nothing else, understands power and understands how to wield power. And he is certainly wielding it over his fellow Republicans in making them line up behind Hegseth.
Mark Short, that one's for you.
I think we're overthinking this a little bit. I think that the point is Lulu's second point, that the president loves ratings.
Isn't it just interesting that these folks can sit down for 25 minutes talking about how Pete Hegseth is so demeaning, is so incapable, is so bad, and is just a disgrace to the United States. Okay. But they would never talk about those people vandalizing Tesla dealerships. They would never talk about how secured the border is now. They would never talk about, inflation actually came down. They would never talk about stuff like that. They would only talk about things that would hurt Trump's administration, which is fair. This is CNN.
And he knows this can get ratings because of the Atlantic story on Pete. And it's sort of like the Bill Maher interview. He knows that's going to get ratings too. And, it's the sort of in his mind, I think it's a win-win, because either like Bill Maher comes out and says, actually he was friendlier and nicer than I thought, and he's actually, as you know, Casey, actually very congenial and very friendly.
Until he gets mad at you.
In person he's still friendly. No, it's like he'll get ugly in the Twitter spot, but in person
on the phone too.
In person he'll be friendly, and so it's like you either come out that way, or if it's a bad story, he'll trash it as a left-wing rag again. And so, I don't think he thinks of the other consequences of other people defending Hegseth. For him, it's just, this is good ratings.
I think this is hilarious. I think Republicans want this story to go away. And the president...
According to this man right here, it says a few people vandalizing Tesla vehicles has nothing to do with the fact that Tesla stocks are plummeting across the country and the world. What does that have to do with vandalizing? What does stock price has to do with vandalizing dealerships? So because I buy a Louis Vuitton purse and Louis Vuitton stock goes down, I go vandalize Louis Vuitton's store? No. They are vandalizing Tesla dealerships because Elon Musk is associating himself with Trump. And of course, the people on the left are just upstairs. they're not well upstairs, for some reason, they always result into violence. They never like sit down, calm down, have a conversation and say, you know what, let's do things constructively. The next thing they focus on is force, physical situations. Like, what are y'all doing?
United States just is now giving the Atlantic an avenue to keep it going. If I were Hegseth, I would be furious. There is already reporting that Donald Trump is meeting with people within the White House about Hegseth. Hegseth is terrified, doing Fox News interviews all the time, doesn't know what to do, and now the president is sitting down with the person in the signal chat?
Yet none of the Republicans,
are you kidding me?
even amid that reporting, none of them will get one step ahead of Trump.
Exactly.
In criticizing him.
But no one can get a step ahead of Trump. And this is the thing that I have found so fascinating about this administration. If you try and talk to even the heads of departments, like that are usually so powerful, they often don't know where the president's going or what they've decided in the White House, and they're usually two steps behind. And so it becomes incredibly difficult to get ahead of the president.
There was another tell in the president's social media post just about an hour ago. He said the story is going to be titled "The Most Consequential President." I mean, so Ashley and Michael knew exactly what they were doing, promoting it as the most consequential president. Then he's going to take the interview.
President Trump took a lot of questions from reporters at the White House today, but it might be his interaction with a journalist behind the scenes that is more noteworthy tonight. The president announced on Truth Social earlier that he was sitting down with the editor-in-chief of The Atlantic, Jeffrey Goldberg. Yes, that same Jeffrey Goldberg who Trump's national security advisor inadvertently added to a Signal group chat with top officials last month to talk about a military operation in Yemen, a story that the president was furious about when it first dropped.
And I mean, I happen to know the guy's a total sleazebag. The Atlantic is a failed magazine. Does very, very poorly. Nobody gives a damn about it. This gives it a little bit of a shot. And I will tell you this, that they've made up more stories. And
Okay. So he says more than 1,400 peaceful protests across the country. More than 1,400 peaceful protests across the country against Trump and Elon. So, meaning, ladies and gentlemen, forget about the Tesla dealerships that they've set on fire, the Tesla dealerships that were vandalized. Forget about those Tesla dealerships. Forget about those cars that have been destroyed. Forget about the properties of Americans that parked Tesla in their front yard. And of course, the far leftist goes into their front yard to destroy their Tesla because Elon Musk works with the president of the United States. Just forget about that and focus on the 1,400 peaceful rallies. Yeah, we're going to do that.
Despite all of that, he sat down with them for an interview today, a coveted slot of the president's time. As he claims he is doing the interview, he said, quote, out of curiosity and as a competition with himself. The president said he had been told that this piece would be titled "The Most Consequential President of This Century." Now, obviously, we weren't in the Oval Office for that interview today. We'll wait to see what he told The Atlantic. It's hard to see, though, how Jeffrey Goldberg didn't ask about the scandal that is still engulfing the Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth, given it's now been revealed, not just The Atlantic story, that there was one Signal chat, that there were two instances, though, in which Secretary Hegseth talked about military plans using Signal. CNN is now reporting that app, Signal, was installed on his computer inside the Pentagon. My deeply sourced White House insiders are here: NPR's Tamara Keith, PBS NewsHour's Laura Barron Lopez, and the former Pentagon spokesperson himself, Chris Marr. Chris, I'm going to get to you in a minute because I got a lot of questions on how things work at the Pentagon. But Tamara, just in terms of the president taking this moment to sit down with Jeffrey Goldberg, I kind of read the post and I was like, wow, just given how much he's been trashing him, the national security advisor's been trashing him, the press secretary, all of them.
But you know well that President Trump often trashes people, journalists, in public and then calls them on their cell phones. So the idea that he would sit down with these journalists is not at all surprising to me. I don't know if he sees it as a challenge or something else, but this is very much in character with President Trump. And I can almost guarantee you that whatever the story says, he will trash it.
And so, given that, though, I mean, what does it does still say something about the fact that he chose to? There were two other reporters there as well, who sat down with him in the Oval Office to talk about this. It also speaks to the president always tries to, in terms of shaping the coverage, he always does feel, maybe rightfully so, that if he does speak to an outlet or sit down with them, that
this person keeps on talking about, oh man.
his argument can at least get across in terms of what that looks like.
That's true. And maybe he was enticed by what they said the article was going to be about, which is the consequences or a consequential presidency. And if it's consequential, can be positive or negative. It's not always necessarily positive, but at least if he's talking to them, the people that are writing this article, then you're right. He can get in what he wants to get in, and he enjoys, I think, a bit of the battle, which is what he forecasted in that tweet.
Yeah, and he's obviously going to be asked about the Signal debacle that it has turned into. It has grown into this huge story now with the revelation of a second chat. It's also revealed so much of the infighting at the Pentagon that has come at the same time with this. I mean, does it have a chance to just continue that storyline in a way that maybe the White House doesn't want to?
I don't think there's much they can do to stop this storyline from continuing. The leaks coming out of the Pentagon and all of pretty much every good Pentagon correspondent in this country has gotten a different little piece of a story about something involving Pete Hegseth and his inner circle. The knives are out, clearly, based on the stories that are coming out, the leaks, the CBS story about the makeup studio. Like these are stories that come out when you are in an agency that it's rejecting the host.
Yeah, the makeup studio was less glamorous, I think, than maybe some people might believe. We saw the picture that the Pentagon posted. But Chris, you obviously worked there. I just wonder what you make of one, just this being revived, but the CNN reporting today that it was really becoming one of Pete Hegseth's most trusted advisors. His name is Colonel Ricky Buria, installing Signal on his computer so he could use it not just on his phone, which is, as you know, hard to use at the Pentagon for no service, but also on his work computer. Is that normal?
No, it's not normal. This is fairly unprecedented. I didn't use Signal on any of my devices. We occasionally would use it to schedule meetings or something like that. We certainly did not use it to discuss classified sensitive information on operational details before those operations took place, as it sounds like Pete Hegseth did, not just with people that were part of the National Security Council, but on chains with his wife, with his lawyer, with people that have nothing to do with the Pentagon. So it's extremely concerning, and we're seeing a habit. He's a repeat offender. We don't even know how many of these chats are out there.
But essentially, you had used it for mundane things, logistics, scheduling. So you had used it some, you just hadn't used it in the ways that we do know that where he was texting.
Yeah, say it's the weekend and I'm out at the playground with my kid and I have my personal phone with me. I might get a Signal chat that says, hey, we're standing up a call to talk about Ukraine this afternoon. That's the sort of stuff I'm talking about, not, hey, the jets are about to take off to bomb Yemen, you know?
What about this reporting from the Associated Press tonight that the secretary had an unsecured internet line set up in his office to be able to connect to Signal? How does that typically work in terms of using a government-secured internet line so people can't hack into it?
I've never heard of anything like this. I think it exists in very limited circumstances where people have to do investigations or look at websites that would otherwise be blocked by the Pentagon servers. But it's really unprecedented. I would just say the Pentagon is a hard place to use your cell phone, and that's on purpose because cell phones are easy to hack. We've had 28 secretaries of defense who have had no issue communicating in the way that they need to. Literally, the Secretary of Defense has a guy walking right behind him with a backpack full of every communications device the secretary could need to reach anybody in the world at any time, day or night, up to and including the President of the United States. So the idea that he needed to have his personal computer, his personal cell phone in there to communicate is just like baffling to me because it's not true. He literally has somebody there who can help him do that communicating.
Hegseth is definitely getting every attacked from the left. And of course, this signal issue is just going bonkers. It's happened before, and now this is the second time.
President Trump touting that he's made 200 trade deals in a new 2-hour interview with Time Magazine ahead of his 100th day in office.
So Rich Edson is live at the White House with the details. Hey, Rich.
Hey, Brian, Ainsley, Charlie. Well, this is a wide-ranging interview the president conducted, just dropped from Time Magazine. The president claims that he's made 200 trade deals, though we haven't heard anything announced yet. And he's also expressing optimism. He says that these trade deal processes will all finish up in the next 3 to 4 weeks. The president likened these trade deals and his role in it as almost like a store manager. This is what he told Time, quote, "It's a giant, beautiful store, and everybody wants to go shopping there. And on behalf of the American people..."
Thank you for tuning in to the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy, Genesis. Okay, I just saw a comment. Somebody says, hello, can you check out the terror attacks in Kashmir? The terror attacks in Kashmir. All right, I'm going to check that out for you.
I own the store. I set the prices. And I'll say, if you want to shop here, this is what you have to pay. 2 weeks ago, the president paused for 90 days tariffs on goods from across the world coming into the United States. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says the administration's had very successful talks with South Korea, that the two countries will be talking technical terms as early next week. The president also says the U.S. and China are actively talking, though Chinese officials say there have been no productive negotiations. Now, this interview touched on a number of different subjects. The reporter asked President Trump if he'd be willing to meet with Iran's supreme leader. Trump said, sure. This as the two countries are in the middle of negotiations over Iran's nuclear program. They've had a couple of meetings so far. The next session is scheduled for tomorrow. Back to you.
So, yeah,
Thanks,
that's
Rich.
Rich, a really long interview with Time Magazine, many of which are some of the questions that they ask. One of the questions about Doge, you have a godlike approach to that.
So, the Kashmir situation, somebody said to look up. According to the New York Times, some people say that they are trustworthy, some people say they're not. But according to the New York Times 2 days ago, India takes aim at Pakistan after slaughter of civilians in Kashmir. Is that what's going on in Kashmir right now? Is India going at it with the Pakistan people? Is India and Pakistan going at it? So, according to BBC a day ago, it says India will pursue Kashmir attackers to the end of the earth, says Prime Minister Modi.
He goes, what a crazy question. He goes, why are you asking that question? It's about finding fraud and abuse. Why wouldn't you want to find that out? But Trump is he's interviewing with The Atlantic, and he's interviewing with Time Magazine, and no holds barred, 100 days in.
They talked about the first 100 days and talked about a wide variety of issues. But he said, the reporter says, it seems like you're expanding your power as president. He said, I'm not expanding my power. I'm just using it. We are resetting the table. He said we lost $2 trillion per year on trade during the last administration. He said at some point we have to stop this. And he said we are earning now 25% more on cars, 25% more on steel and aluminum. He said we're going to have an explosion upward in the not too distant.
Now, a lot of people talk about tariffs. So I see Steve says small business owners will benefit the most, meaning higher productivity, higher wages, and job security. That's in the long run for sure. For sure. What Steve is talking about is a long-term goal. However, for right now, because it's still new and people are adjusting to it, small businesses are hurting right now because obviously if you're a small business, what you do is you outsource your production to China because it's much more affordable, and then you sell to the largest consumer in the world, which is the United States. Okay, so small businesses are definitely hurting right now. However, as a country, you could never survive on outsourcing your manufacturing to another country because all of this exploded in 2008 when the United States literally stepped down as the highest manufacturer on earth and gave it to China. And since then, China took it and ran with it, and the United States became the largest consumer on earth. So, you know what I mean? For now, small businesses are going to definitely feel the heat, but in the long run, they're gonna enjoy, like Steve is talking about.
Distant future.
This is what we call radical transparency. I mean, the guy's willing to talk to absolutely anybody that he doesn't care what you've written about him in the past. And, obviously it creates real problems sometimes for people who work for him. But it's what I think that it's what you expect, what you should expect out of a free country. Mm-hmm. Your leader actually answers questions and talks to people.
He said this is what I ran on. They asked him about Doge and the courts challenging him. And they said weakening law firms and universities. He said, this is what I campaigned on. I'm using my power as per the election.
So we know this when it comes to the tariff talk. He said, I got 200 deals ready to go. When are you going to announce them? In the next few weeks? Yesterday, 2 days ago, we heard that maybe 18 deals are ready to go. And then we hear in principle some things, South Korea, we saw the Secretary of Treasury yesterday say South Korea is moving really quicker than we thought we might be. We're moving them up in terms of that. But one thing about China, they have stopped.
Anybody who says, oh, so you think we should start manufacturing again? What are you even talking about? What are you doing? Like, you shouldn't even be watching this live stream right now. You should just keep swiping. Because if you are an American and you know that anything is possible at any given time in this world, so if you are outsourcing all of your manufacturing, like pharmaceutical, like whatever, okay, steel, food, produce, or like whatever. If you clash with the other country that you're buying from, what are you going to do? You're buying pharmaceuticals. Right now, the United States is buying pharmaceuticals from China and Ireland. So if, for example, now the Chinese situation with the United States, that is affecting a lot because why? You've outsourced all of your manufacturing to another country. You could never operate life in a country like that. Like how? How do you operate? How that matter of fact, that is a national security issue. That is a national security issue. If you're outsourcing pharmaceuticals to other country. So you mean for your people, for your citizens to be alive, you need to get medications from other countries? And that doesn't sound unethical to you? And you're saying, why do you want us to start manufacturing? Man, some folks.
Stop buying our pork. So that's going to hurt farmers. So I think pork imports are now facing 172% tariff. So China is going to not buy 12,000 metric tons of U.S. pork shipments. So they also have turned around the Boeing planes and said we no longer want them. Your only other choice is Airbus. You have to go order them. Either you need 9 planes or you don't. You got to make them. So President Trump ripped China yesterday and said, are you kidding me? You're actually sending Boeing planes back. So I get the sense that both sides are staring each other down and not budging. And I do know that it looks like China is backing off something else. China has quietly rolled back retaliatory tariffs on some U.S.-made semiconductors because there's no substitute for the semiconductors that we make. So I get the sense, and the markets are waiting for this, and I watched Brian Moynihan last night, Citibank CEO. Citibank or?
I don't know who he's with.
One
of the big banks.
One of the big banks. And he says, we're just waiting. We're waiting to see what's going to happen with these deals, but especially China. Not even saying what the deals are going to be.
And the people saying, do you know how long it would take to start manufacturing in the United States? Do you know how long it takes to build a manufacturing conglomerate or whatever? Okay, so because it's going to be long and it's going to be hard to do, so don't do it. Back out just like you back out in your personal lives. Okay, so back out. Don't do it because it's hard and it's going to take a long time. Don't do it. Take the easy way. Don't do it. Right? That's what you recommend. Of course, that's what you recommend. That's what you recommend. That's why you had a sleepy president for 4 years and you never complained. He was falling upstairs. He was walking into the Amazon rainforest. You never complained. And now you have a commander in chief who wants to bring jobs back, manufacturing back. That Apple, Honda, Nvidia, all of these great companies are now building warehouses, building their own manufacturing facilities here in the United States. You're still complaining. The only president who could do this is President Trump. And nobody else has the balls to do it. It's going to take a long time to stop manufacturing in the United States. Oh, why should we pay high prices? Don't pay. Move to China.
Maybe this is the deal. Maybe they say, okay, pork's too expensive, we're not going to buy it, but we need your semiconductors. And we still need that, so we're going to lower the tariffs on that. Maybe this is part of the negotiation.
But do we have to write a check to the farmers?
Yeah.
Because you know this, all of a sudden you're not able to sell
or
to the number
President
one
Trump
market.
finds other countries that need pork and say, don't buy it from X, Y, and Z, buy it from us.
Right. And Spain is now, China's going to go buy it from Spain.
And the sticking point is that, Trump talks about how America is this great, big, giant, beautiful store. And it is. And there's lots of great products here. But we're also the biggest customers for a place like China. Mm-hmm. And we're need
the best
us.
Consumers.
Yeah, we're the best consumers. They need us. And the question is, who needs who more? And I think the Trump administration is banking that China ultimately needs us more than we need their plastic
And Donald
stuff.
Trump, in the article, he talked about meeting with the CEOs of...
He said China definitely needs us more than we need their plastic stuff. I don't know about that now.
Walmart and Target and Home Depot, and he said they're for these tariffs. Walmart, they reported their first quarter revenue, or what do you call that? The first quarter, whatever, how much they've made. Mm-hmm. And they said they have not seen, thank you. They have done better and said that they have not lost business because of this. And they said it was either 70 or 80% of all their products in their store are made in America.
This is my analogy, and I think it's brilliant. Before I'm just going to warn you. If you're an archer, you pull the bow back. And what he's doing is with interior, they're drilling. They're starting to drill in the Gulf of America massively. They're starting to open up federal lands massively. At the same time, you have the big, beautiful bill. It's like, two months away. That's going to pull it back even further. And then as you pull in these deals, the easy ones, the Israels, the Vietnams, and then the bigger ones, the India, it goes back. And then when it's about to be let go, it's going to be the off-year elections. And you're going to see everything at once, along with a rate drop in about 9 months, then all of a sudden that'll loosen up on the housing. So I could see as these deals come in, the deregulation as well, all plowing the ground for a booming economy. How do you feel about my analogy? I think it's brilliant.
I think it's a very strained,
very weird,
strained analogy.
Let go.
But better.
It ends with them letting go.
You forgot the bullseye, yeah.
Right.
I
have to let go. You pull all this back, and then you let it go. But when you're pulling it back, it's a little painful.
But better.
Hold your biceps. You got to hold it back.
Yeah, but better than your misidentifying Moynihan, who's with Bank of America.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I'm here.
I'm here for you. Yes.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe.
All right. Thank you for tuning into the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy, Genesis. Welcome back. All right. Of course, we had the press secretary, Caroline Leavitt. She had a press conference yesterday. We're going to check that out. And then also, is it raining? Okay, no. President Trump also had some conversations with the press. So we're going to check both of those out right now. Give me a moment. double tap your screen to give this video a like, subscribe to the channel, and you can also join the memberships. It is $4.99. All right, here we go. Ooh, what is that? AOC? All right, here we go.
Good to see you all. The thoughts and prayers of the entire White House remain with all of the Catholics around the world who are mourning the death of Pope Francis. Pope Francis touched millions of lives and dedicated his life to serving the Catholic Church. As a mark of respect for his memory, President Trump ordered flags be flown at half-staff, and he will be traveling to attend his funeral in Rome. The president will depart from Washington on Friday morning and return to the United States on Saturday evening following the funeral service. I can also confirm the dates of the president's trip to the Middle East. He will travel to Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the United Arab Emirates from May 13th until May 16th. And on Thursday of this week, President Trump will welcome Norwegian Prime Minister at the White House for a working visit. The two leaders will discuss trade and regional security. This will be the 13th head of state visit of President Trump's term already. At the border, President Trump continues to deliver on his promise to make America safe again. The Wall Street Journal captured the Trump effect in a recent article. Border crossings grind to a halt as Trump's tough policies take hold. U.S. Customs and Border Protection recorded its lowest southwest border crossings in history in March, and we're seeing the same successes at our northern border. Here's how the New York Post put it. Northern border sector previously overrun by illegal migrants sees dramatic drop in crossings. We haven't seen anyone since November, end quote. According to U.S. Customs and Border Protection, just 54 illegal aliens were apprehended in the Swanton sector of our northern border, which stretches more than 300 miles in March. This is a drastic 95% drop from the more than 1,000 border crossings that were caught in March 2024. This is a main hotspot area that recorded more than 80% of all apprehensions along the northern border during the 2024 fiscal year. And new reporting from the Washington Times fully highlights the difference in Joe Biden's disgraceful approach to the border compared to President Trump's. Under Trump, border catch and release has dropped 99.99% from worst Biden month. You can't get much better than that. This statistic in particular is astounding. Border Patrol agents caught and immediately released 189,604 illegal aliens into the United States in December 2023 at the height of the Biden border crisis. But under President Trump, Border Patrol agents caught and released only 20 illegal aliens into the U.S. in the month of February. Thanks to President Trump, operational control of the border is becoming a reality, and the administration's historic enforcement measures are yielding huge results. Illegal aliens are finally getting the blunt message. If you cross the border illegally, you will be swiftly deported and never return to the United States of America. Efforts to arrest the criminal illegal alien invaders are continuing to ramp up. ICE Chicago arrested a Mexican national convicted of predatory sexual assault of a child in Cook County, Illinois. This week, ICE Denver arrested a Mexican national convicted of sexual assault of a child in Houston County, Texas. ICE Miami arrested a Nicaraguan convicted of aggravated battery in Hillsborough County, Florida. ICE Houston arrested a Salvadorian national convicted of attempted sexual assault of a child and escape in Dallas County, Texas. And ICE Chicago arrested a Mexican national convicted of aggravated sexual abuse of a minor in Illinois. Despite the Democrats' insane objections, President Trump will continue to embolden law enforcement officers to arrest dangerous legal alien criminals and keep our communities safe. And also thanks to President Trump's America First economic approach, investments continue to pour into our country. Swiss pharmaceuticals company announced they will be investing $50 billion in the United States over the next 5 years, creating 12,000 new quality jobs. Regeneron Pharmaceuticals also agreed to pay Fujifilm Technologies more than $3 billion over the next decade to help manufacture its medicines in the United States. It's a top priority for President Trump to ensure we are producing.
These are the very important trade deals this man is doing. Bringing investments into the United States. Billions of dollars, multiple billions of dollars into the United States. Building manufacturing in the United States. This is what it's doing. And yet, they have reservations about the way he does things.
Producing critical medicines and pharmaceutical drugs right here in America, and that is exactly what we continue to see happen every day. In other news, the Trump administration has announced we will put an end to Joe Biden's illegal student loan bailout attempts. No student loan has been referred to collection since March of 2020. That comes to an end. On May 5th, the Department of Education will resume involuntary collections for borrowers with defaulted federal student loans. The student loan portfolio controlled by the federal government is nearly $1.6 trillion, but fewer than 4 out of 10 borrowers are in repayment. This is unsustainable, unfair, and a huge liability for American taxpayers. Debt cannot be wiped away. It just ends up getting transferred to others. So why should Americans who didn't go to college or went to college and responsibly paid back their loans pay for the student loans of other Americans? The Trump administration will never force taxpayers to pay student loan debts that don't belong to them. Student loan borrowers need clarity, and we're finally giving it to them. Borrowers will now be clearly expected to repay their loans, and those who default on their loan obligations will face involuntary collections. The government can and will collect defaulted federal student loan debt by withholding money from borrowers, tax refunds, federal pensions, and even their wages. America is $36 trillion in debt. We must get our fiscal house in order and restore common sense to our country. If you take out a loan, you have to pay it back. It's very simple. President Trump will not kick the can down the road anymore. Before we open it up to questions today, I want to commend our pool photographer who is in the room with us today. ABC News photojournalist Melissa Young is retiring after 44 incredible years on the job, covering here at the White House. Melissa, congratulations. You have the largest round of applause I've ever heard in this room. So there's something we can all agree on, and it's you've had an incredible career here covering the White House. So congratulations to you, and we hope you enjoy retirement. I'm sure you will. And everybody else in the room will be very jealous of you as you're enjoying your rest. All right, let's get to it. We have an individual in our new media seat today. His name is Tim Pool. He's a political commentator and a media entrepreneur with millions of followers, a very big platform. Currently hosts Timcast IRL, a daily news and discussions show, and The Culture War, a weekly podcast exploring cultural and political issues. His programs feature in-depth conversations on topics such as free speech, censorship, identity politics, and societal change, often engaging with a diverse range of guests. He's in Washington today because we are also hosting a local media row across the street in the Eisenhower building, which is a testament to our commitment to bring new voices into the White House to cover the president and this administration. So Tim, why don't you kick us off today?
Yes. Many of the news organizations that are represented in this room have marched in lockstep on false narratives, such as the Very Fine People hoax, the Covington smear, and now what's being called the Maryland Man hoax, where an MS-13 gang member adjudicated by 2 different judges, I believe, is just simply being referred to as a Maryland Man over and over again. Now, in an effort from the White House to expand access to new companies, you've created this new media seat. So I'm wondering if you can comment on following this expansion, you've had numerous outlets disparage the companies that you've had sit here, as well as the reporters. I'm wondering if you could comment on the unprofessional behavior, as well as elaborate if there's any plans to expand access to new companies.
Sure. Well, we certainly welcome diverse viewpoints in this room, which is one of the reasons we have you in here. And there's many new faces in this room in comparison to the previous administrations. We want to welcome all viewpoints into this room. We welcome unbiased journalists who really care about the truth and the facts and the accuracy. And you rightfully pointed out the Maryland man story, which I, from this podium, when The Atlantic published it, on that very first day, I came to this podium and said, this is wrong. The press in this room have this story wrong. And we have seen more and more evidence come to the table that we have had all along. We were always right. The president was always on the right side of this issue to deport this illegal criminal from our community. And it is despicable to see the media continue to refer to this individual as someone who is just a peaceful man living his life in Maryland. This was and always has been an illegal criminal, an MS-13 gang member, and a designated foreign terrorist. And the administration maintains our position to deport these individuals from our community. So thank you for being here, Tim. It's great to see you. Thank you. Dasha, why don't you kick us off?
Thank you, Caroline.
You're welcome.
I really appreciate it. I have two questions, one on the Pentagon and another on the economy. You said on Fox News that the entire Pentagon is working against Secretary Hegseth. But the people who were fired were Hegseth's own guys. So how do you square that, and what do you say to concerns that that's bad management?
They were Pentagon employees who leaked against their boss to news agencies in this room. And it's been clear since day one from this administration that we are not going to tolerate individuals who leak to the mainstream media, particularly when it comes to sensitive information. And the Secretary of Defense is doing a tremendous job. And he is bringing monumental change to the Pentagon. And there's a lot of people in this city who reject monumental change. And I think, frankly, that's why we've seen a smear campaign against the Secretary of Defense since the moment that President Trump announced his nomination before the United States Senate. Let me reiterate, the president stands strongly behind Secretary Hegseth and the change that he is bringing to the Pentagon, and the results that he's achieved thus far speak for themselves.
Is there an FBI investigation into the leaks? The Secretary said that these people would be prosecuted. So is the FBI investigating?
You'd have to ask the FBI. You have to ask the Department of Justice on what they plan to do. But certainly we take leaks with the utmost seriously across this administration. You've seen people fired from the Department of Homeland Security. The president has made it clear it's an unacceptable behavior.
And on the economy, Caroline, Peter Navarro said that it's perfectly possible to do 90 deals in 90 days. We haven't seen one just yet. How soon might we see a deal, and what evidence can you share that progress is being made in these trade negotiations?
Sure. Well, I spoke to our entire trade team this morning. There is a lot of progress being made. We now have 18 proposals on paper that have been brought to the trade team. Again, these are proposals on paper that countries have proposed to the Trump administration and to our government. You have Secretary Bessent, Secretary Lutnick, Ambassador Greer, NEC Director Hassett, and Peter Navarro, the entire trade team, meeting with 34 countries this week alone. We are moving at Trump speed to ensure these deals are made on behalf of the American worker and the American people. And just yesterday, it seemed to get a little bit lost in the news, and I think it's a disservice to the American public that it did. The Vice President announced terms of reference for a trade deal with India. That is a big deal. We know when we look at the numbers, the monetary trade barriers and the non-monetary trade barriers from India, they have been ripping off the United States and American workers for a very long time. So the fact that the Vice President with Prime Minister Modi on that trip in India announced these terms of reference, which is essentially a framework to move the ball forward to sign a good trade deal between our two nations, is great progress, and it speaks to the work ethic and the real labor that's being put into this effort by the president's trade team. Sure. Go ahead.
Does the proposals that you talk about, is that enough to extend the pauses on these reciprocal tariffs, or does the president need to see, these deals inked and signed to offer any sort of additional extension beyond the 90 days?
Well, look, ask me in July when the deadline hits. I know I'll be answering those questions from all of you in this room. There's a lot of time left, and the president's trade team is working, again, at Trump speed as quickly as they can to ensure that these deals can be made.
Are any of those conversations yet with China happening?
I actually do have something to share on that. I asked the president about this before coming out here, and he wanted me to share with all of you that we're doing very well in respect to a potential trade deal with China. As I mentioned, there have now been 18 proposals in more than 100 countries around the world who are wanting to make a deal with the United States of America, and the president and the administration are setting the stage for a deal with China. So we feel everyone involved wants to see a trade deal happen, and the ball is moving in the right direction.
Sure.
Setting the stage for a deal with China, what does that mean? Has the president spoken directly with Xi yet?
I don't have anything to read out on a direct talk between the president and President Xi, but we will continue to keep you updated.
And Secretary Bessent reportedly today told investors that this trade standoff with China he expects will be de-escalating soon because, as he described it, reportedly the situation is unsustainable. Is the president considering taking steps to de-escalate the situation with China?
Again, I just read you words directly from the President of the United States. Those are moments ago. That's where his head is at right now. Sure.
Caroline, I had two questions, one on immigration and one on China. First on immigration. Roughly how many illegal immigrants and aliens do we have in our country, and how many does the administration plan on deporting?
Sure. Well, you'd have to ask the Department of Homeland Security for a specific number, but we suspect it's definitely in the millions, perhaps upwards of 20 million people that were allowed into the country illegally by the previous administration. And the president and his team are focused on deporting as many as we possibly can, and they are moving as quickly as possible. The president's team has made it clear we need more funding from Congress to do more. We need more ICE agents out on the ground doing this very important work. And we also need rogue district court judges to stop acting as judicial activists, trying to block the administration from deporting illegal criminals from our nation's interior.
Absolutely.
The American public elected the president to do this, and he's following through with that promise.
And we have over 250,000 Chinese nationals in our country right now on student visas. Does the administration believe there's any national security concern when it comes to those over 250,000 Chinese nationals in our country?
Well, as you know, when it comes to foreign visas, the Secretary of State has the right to revoke visas of those who we feel are acting in a adversarial way to our foreign policy interests here in the United States. He has that authority according to the Immigration and Nationality Act. So I would defer you to the State Department for any individual case, but they are looking at individuals who are given the privilege of being on a visa in our country. And if they are acting, again, adversarial to our foreign policy interests, their visa can be revoked, and they should be aware of that. Sure. Go ahead. Yes. I'm calling on you.
Thank you, Caroline.
You're welcome.
Over the last few weeks, several countries have warned their citizens about travel to the U.S., and the Department of Commerce's own stats know that from a lot of countries, the number of visitors is falling. Does the White House have any message for people that might be reconsidering business or tourism travel to the U.S.?
Where did you see that report?
With the statistics coming from the Department of Commerce.
Said what? It's hard to hear you. Sorry.
That visitors from a lot of countries have fallen in the last 3 months.
I'd have to look at that report to comment on the merits of it. I think most people around the world recognize the United States of America is a great place to do business. It's a beautiful place to visit, and they should certainly come here because it's a much safer country than it was 4 years ago under the previous president. Libby, good to see you.
Whoa. A question about this upcoming announcement from HHS to ban food dyes. During the first week of the administration, the FDA announced that it's pulling its plan to ban menthol cigarettes. So two questions for you. How do you square a ban on menthol cigarettes being pulled and then announcing this ban on food dyes? And then how does the president feel about this upcoming ban that RFK is going to announce?
Sure. Well, look, the Secretary of Health and Human Services, the president nominated him because he trusts him to make this country healthy again. It's not just a slogan, it really is a movement that has broken ground across the country. There's millions of people who believe in RFK Jr., Secretary Kennedy, and what he's doing. I don't want to get ahead of HHS with this historic announcement later and the details of it, but obviously the Secretary feels that he has reason and evidence to announce the ban on artificial dyes later, and I'll let him speak to that this afternoon. Phil.
The president started the process of reclassifying more than 50,000 federal employees as Schedule F. We've already seen him march through a number of government agencies. I'm curious, should we expect mass firings, or is this a case-by-case approach, a scalpel or a sledgehammer?
Well, look, as you saw on Friday, the president put out a statement about it. The Office of Personnel Management reclassified workers. They're now called Schedule Policy/Career. And all the president is trying to do is ensure that federal workers are being held accountable for corrupt behavior. If they are engaging in corruption as a government worker, they should no longer have their job. I think that's pretty common sense. He also believes that bureaucrats should be acting in accordance to the will of the American public, who duly elected this president. Not just this president, but all future presidents. If you work for the government, you should be adhering to the will of the American public and advancing the administration's goals and interests. And if you are not doing that, then you should go find another job whose interests you align with. So as for specific firings, I would defer you to the specific agencies, but the president in this move and Office of Personnel Management, it will make it easier to get rid of rogue bureaucrats who are engaging in corruption.
And then another quick question about
Sure.
Google, real quick. A federal court ruled last Thursday that Google's dominance of online advertising and ad tech markets violated U.S. antitrust laws. I know the president has spoken to a number of folks in big tech, and Google CEO was even at his inauguration. I'm curious, what is the president's reaction to that court ruling?
I'll have to ask him, and I'll get back to you, Phil.
Thank you, Caroline.
You're welcome. John.
Thanks a lot, Caroline. Some economic questions for you. Kevin Hegseth has been a key economic advisor to the president in both of his terms. In 2022...
And he still is.
And he still is.
He was just in my office.
Absolutely. In 2022, he said that the independence of the Fed is super important. That's a direct quote. Is that something that the president subscribes to? Does he still believe in the independence of the Federal Reserve?
Well, look, I think the president has made his position on the Fed and on Powell quite clear. The president believes that they have been making moves and taking action in the name of politics rather in the name of what's right for the American economy. The president has the right to express his displeasure with the Fed, and he has the right to say he believes interest rates should be lower. He believes Americans should be able to borrow money cheaper than they currently are right now. And I also spoke to Kevin Hegseth about the Fed as well, and he has called into question the Fed's independence and whether they are actually doing things, again, out of the best interest of the economy, or are they doing it for partisan reasons. The president wants to see interest rates lower. He has made that quite clear.
We've also seen, if I may, I'm sorry, one more, Caroline, just about, I said two economic questions, about the dollar. We've seen the dollar at multi-year lows versus the euro and other currencies around the world. Is it the administration's policy for a strong dollar? How does it view the dollar versus other currencies around the world?
The president wants to see the dollar remain as the world's reserve currency for our long-term fiscal stability and our economic growth. He's been quite clear about that. Sure.
2 questions.
And then to the woman behind you, who I haven't seen before, welcome. Go ahead, Mary.
Earth Day and then the Supreme Court, if that's okay.
That's right. It's Earth Day.
Yes.
Happy Earth Day, everyone.
I saw the president truthing about the garbage pileup from China in the Pacific, and then I believe Lee Zeldin is headed to San Diego to investigate the pile of sewage from Mexico. Can you speak to what the White House has planned for Earth Day and anything in that arena?
Sure. I do have points from the EPA. Administrator Zeldin's doing a fantastic job, and they are always sharing their accomplishments with the White House, which we very much appreciate. He will be traveling, I believe he's in California today for sewage situation. Here you go. Administrator Zeldin met with his Mexican counterpart to discuss steps Mexico needs to take to ensure the water entering the United States is clean and safe. And he's holding a press conference in San Diego today with elected officials and local stakeholders on the Tijuana River sewage crisis. I would also add from the president himself, he has always maintained he wants America to have the cleanest air and the cleanest water. And we want to do what's right for our environment and for our earth. And a lot of that is making sure that we have clean and sustainable energy, and we know that we produce natural gas cleaner and more efficiently than any country in this world, and the president wants to see that continue.
Thank you. And then on the Supreme Court, I know the court is hearing a case dealing with parents who don't want their kids having to read gender ideology books in schools. Can you comment on that case and what the Trump administration hopes to see come from that?
Sure. We hope the Supreme Court will do the right thing, and the president has been very clear. He stands on the side of parental rights, and he believes strongly that parents should have a greater say in their children's education and the content, if you will, that children are being exposed to in our public school system. Sure. Go ahead.
Caroline, thank you.
Hi.
I'm Carolina Lumetta with World News Group. The administration ended some temporary protections for Afghans, including several hundred Christians who have been punished by the Taliban. Is the president considering any exceptions for Afghans who could face death or torture if they return to their home country?
So let's just be clear about one thing. We didn't end that proactively. It expired, and it's because the previous administration illegally paroled millions of people, or hundreds of thousands of people, into the country, and then gave them temporary protective status, which again is a temporary status. It's not a permanent status in this country. And if there are individuals here who came came in through the Biden administration who want to claim asylum. There is a legal process to do that, and those cases will be adjudicated by a judge on a case-by-case basis. We have a legal immigration process in this country for a reason, and all this administration is trying to do is effectuate that. Reagan.
Thank you, Caroline. I have two questions for you
Sure.
on immigration. March deportation numbers were down slightly from the same time period last year. SCOTUS recently ordered a pause on deporting Trinidad and Tobago members with the Alien Enemies Act. I'm curious what other tools the administration is looking at to boost those deportation numbers.
Sure. Well, we are obviously complying with the court's order. However, it was a temporary pause. The Supreme Court basically said, sit tight, and they will follow up with an order. And we're confident that the Supreme Court will rule on the side of law and recognize the president absolutely has the executive authority to deport foreign terrorists from our nation's interior under the Alien Enemies Act. We feel very strongly about that, and we're confident the courts will side with the president and his executive authority. As for deportations, we continue to deport illegal criminals under Title VIII, which is an immigration authority given to our Border Patrol agents and the Department of Homeland Security to deport illegal criminals from this country. And the administration continues to do that at record speed as quickly as they can with the resources that they have.
They recently dropped charges against the MS-13 leader caught in Woodbridge, Virginia, with the idea that this will expedite the deportation process. Does the administration plan to drop charges against other criminal illegals to speed along the deportation process?
You'd have to ask the Department of Justice. Obviously, that's within their purview, and I can't speak for them. However, it is our goal to deport as many illegal criminals and aliens from our country as we possibly can, as quickly as we can. Jackie.
Thank you, Caroline. We've heard so much about this Saudi trip planning, and the president's mentioned it himself before, but I don't think we've ever heard on the record what he hopes to achieve in Saudi Arabia and what the purpose of the trip is.
Sure. Well, the president looks forward to this. It was supposed to be his first foreign visit, but of course now he is going to Rome this weekend to honor the Pope and attend the funeral. The president looks to strengthen the ties between the United States and these countries in which he will be visiting. He'll be having many bilateral meetings and talks, and we look forward to the trip and hope to see many of you there.
And the meetings in London this week, do they have any nexus with the plans in Saudi Arabia?
I can't speak to that. However, I do have an update on meetings when it comes to the Russia-Ukraine war. I was just in the Oval Office with the President, Steve Witkoff, and they wanted everybody to know that the negotiations continue. We feel, again, we're hopefully moving in the right direction, and the special envoy, Steve Witkoff, will be heading to Russia again later this week to continue talks with Vladimir Putin.
Is that why Rubio is not heading to London? Is he accompanying Witkoff to Moscow?
I can't speak for the Secretary of State's travel schedule. I'd defer you to the Department of State.
And more broadly, just about the peace agreement, the talks that are ongoing. Secretary Rubio had said that if things don't go the right way, that the U.S. might need to take a step back. What does stepping back look like? Is that a step back from brokering peace, or would that imply a broader withdrawal from U.S. support for Ukraine and the war?
Look, I think it would be unwise for me to broadcast that from this podium. Ultimately, that's a decision for the president to make, but he's made it very clear he wants to see peace, he wants to see this war end, and he wants to stop the killing on both sides of this war, and he's been very clear about that for quite some time, and he has grown frustrated with both sides of this war, and he's made that very known. Brian.
Thank you, Caroline. Last week, the president talked about nonprofit groups, specifically taking on Crew, and he hinted that there could be further actions taken against nonprofits. Does the White House have any plans for any sort of actions against NGOs, nonprofits, or other similar groups? Is any of that coming up? Is that being worked on at this time?
I'll have to check in with our policy team and get back to you. Sure.
Thank you, Caroline. Travis Gilmore with the Epoch Times. Are some colleges using taxpayer funds to further political agendas? And what is the administration's response to Harvard's lawsuit?
Sure. Well, the president has made it quite clear that it's Harvard who has put themselves in the position to lose their own funding by not obeying federal law. And we expect all colleges and universities who are receiving taxpayer funds to abide by federal law. It's quite simple. And the president made it clear he's not going to tolerate violations of federal law. He's not going to tolerate illegal harassment and violence towards Jewish American students or students of any faith on our campuses across the country. And so we will be responding to the lawsuit in court. And again, it's quite simple. If you want federal dollars, obey federal law.
And just a quickly follow up on China. Any response to reports that China is targeting U.S. trade allies with potential retaliatory measures for supporting U.S. agendas?
I think the numbers and the sheer number of countries that have reached out to the United States and reached out to this administration to cut good trade deals speak for themselves. The entire world knows that they need the United States of America and they want to do business here, and so we'll stay focused on cutting good trade deals on behalf of the American worker. Stephanie.
Thank you, Carolyn. Can you give us any additional details from the president's call with Netanyahu today?
I did speak to the president about it. It was a good call. They spoke particularly about Iran and the negotiations that are underway with Iran and the United States. And the president has made it very clear repeatedly, but I'll reiterate, there is no daylight between the United States of America and the state of Israel. He stands strongly behind our ally. He's made it quite clear when it comes to Iran that we want to see a deal, and Iran has a choice to make. But the president has also made it very clear, and he reiterated that in his call with Prime Minister Netanyahu today about the need for Iran to never obtain a nuclear weapon. I do have one more bit of news that I would like to share with all of you. Just give me 1 second to find it. And it's in regards to the terrorist attack that took place in India earlier today. The president has been briefed by the National Security Advisor, and he's being kept up to speed as more facts are learned. What we know already is dozens were killed and even more were injured in a brutal terrorist attack in a popular tourist location in South Kashmir. President Trump will be speaking with Prime Minister Modi as soon as he possibly can to express his heartfelt condolences for those lost, and our prayers are with those injured and our nation's support for our ally India. These types of horrific events by terrorists are why those of us who work for peace and stability in the world continue our mission. So we'll give you a readout of that call later this afternoon. There's a lot of work to be had. You may hear from the president later this afternoon as well, and we'll see you all later. Thank you.
Were any Americans among
And thank you for tuning into the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. We just heard Caroline Levitt. She has been pretty much very brilliant with the words she chooses to use during her press conference inside the White House, and she's changing the press corps when it comes to asking questions here. She's bringing in podcasters and new, fresh ideas into the way questions are being asked in the White House. But with that being said, President Trump also met with the Prime Minister of Norway, the Norwegian Prime Minister, yesterday at the Oval Office, in the Oval Office. Let's check that out.
Thank you very much. We have Jonas Gahr Støre here, who is as you know, the Prime Minister of Norway. He's a great gentleman, highly respected, beloved in his country. And we've had talks on the war with Ukraine and Russia and trade. We're doing very well, I think, on both. We've had some pretty good movement in every respect. The war is very important that it ends with, I used to say, 2,500 people a week dying, young people, mostly soldiers from Russia and Ukraine. And we want to end that war. We want to end it quickly. And I think we've made a lot of progress. And we'll see what happens. This next few days is going to be very important. Meetings are taking place right now. Additionally, we talked about trade, and we get along very well on trade. We'll do something, but I think the Prime Minister knows that over the years, the United States has been very good to a lot of people, and it's time for us to benefit also. So we're going to have a good relationship on trade, and we discussed other things also. But Mr. Prime Minister, it's an honor to have you with us. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. This year is 200 years since the first immigration from Norway to the U.S. We come here early in your term. Appreciate that you take time. We have highlighted that very close cooperation. We are allies. We look after security in the north, in the Arctic. A lot of confidence between our services. We have discussed in detail the war in Ukraine. I have saluted the President for his initiative to make progress towards something that can be a ceasefire and an end to this terrible conflict. It is a complex picture, but it needs political will and push and we have exchanged ideas on that. And then I think the President and his team have been open to hear our perspectives. And on trade, we have also emphasized that we can benefit, both of us, by trading. We can be complementary, and we can find good solutions. But first of all, I appreciate, Mr. President, the spirit and the tone of this conversation, which has been confirmation of a very strong partnership.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Any questions?
Yes. First, Mr. President, have you spoken about the tariff that you want to impose on Norway? Is there a chance that you can lower?
We spoke about trade, and we understand each other very well. I think we'll have no problem.
You think that you will get an agreement?
I think we'll have no problem whatsoever with Norway.
Mr. President,
discuss a possible visit to Norway? Did you discuss a possible visit for President Trump to
We
Norway?
didn't, but I love it. I mean, I've been there, and it is a beautiful place. They have.
But I told the President that, he is receiving us early in the term. He's welcome to visit Norway. We would like to have him, and it will be another way of emphasizing this strong friendship.
Mr. President, Norway has been a staunch supporter of Ukraine since the Russian invasion in 2022. Has something been discussed here today that may have altered your views on things?
No, we want to, very simply, I have no allegiance to anybody. I have allegiance to saving lives, and I want to save a lot of lives. A lot of young people, mostly young people. It's the war. It's the soldiers. And if we can do that, also, as you know, I got started because the money that's been spent on this war is insane. It should have never happened. And it would have never happened if I were president. But Biden spent $350 billion on this, and it's a shame. And that's what got me involved. And then I looked at, and I see the results. It's horrible. It's a killing field. 5,000 soldiers a week on average. And we want to stop that. We both want to stop that for a lot of reasons, but I would say that is my number one reason.
Why do you think that you will get Russia to accept a deal that also Ukraine and Europe is willing to?
I think so, yeah. I do. I believe they will accept, and I think we're going to get this over with. I hope so, soon.
You continue to lack support from NATO allies in your goal of obtaining Greenland. How will you proceed if you don't get that support?
Well, Greenland's going to be interesting, but that's for another day. I think we need that for international peace.
What are you expecting of your
allies?
And
if you don't have that, I think it's a big threat to our world. So I think Greenland's very important for international peace. Yeah, please go ahead.
Mr. President, this morning in a Truth Social post, you used the words, Vladimir, stop. That seemed like a slightly different message, a personal message. What is your level of frustration with President Putin?
I didn't like last night. I wasn't happy with it. And we're in the midst of talking peace, and missiles were fired. And I was not happy with it. That's what I meant, and that's, what it said. I assume that's what you mean.
Sorry.
Yeah,
if the bombs keep falling, will you consider additional sanctions toward Russia, or what will you do if President Putin does not
I'd rather answer that question in a week. I want to see if we can have a deal. No reason to answer it now, but I won't be happy. Let me put it that way. Things will happen.
Mr. President, why are you not putting more pressure on Russia? I know a lot of Europeans.
Putting a lot of pressure. You don't know what pressure I'm putting on Russia. They're dealing. You have no idea what pressure I'm putting on Russia. We're putting a lot of pressure.
Can you maybe tell us that?
We're putting a lot of pressure on Russia, and Russia knows that, and some people that are close to it know, or he wouldn't be talking right now. The Prime Minister understands that better than anybody. He wouldn't be talking right now. He's talking, and we're putting a lot of pressure. I think he wants to make a deal. We're going to find out very soon, but it takes two to tango, and you have to have Ukraine want to make a deal too, and they're being hit very hard, and I do believe they want to make a deal.
Mr. President, Mr. Prime Minister, if I may. You've said that the Ukraine have to give some territory to win peace, among them Crimea. Do you stand by that? And I know that the former NATO General Secretary today has told you that he does not agree, and he believes in territorial integrity of the Ukraine. How will you deal with that with your allies? And do you stand by that Ukraine have to give?
Former Secretary General happens to be right here, you know, so they can't put words in his mouth. He's been a great general, frankly. It was because that's what you are. Really, you're a general. But he's been a great Secretary General. We had a tremendous relationship, very successful, and I think he could speak for himself. He's right here.
But do you still agree that Ukraine have to give some territory away to win peace?
Well, it depends what territory. They've been fighting. They've lost a lot of territory. And we'll do the best we can. Working with Ukraine, we'll do the best we can. But they lost a lot of territory. When you say Crimea, that was handed over during a president named Barack Hussein Obama. That had nothing to do with me, Crimea. That was 11 years ago with Obama. And they made a decision. There wasn't a bullet fired. There was no fighting. There was no anything. They just handed it over. Now they say, well, can you get it back? I think that's going to be a very difficult thing to do. That was given by Barack Obama when he was president, not by Donald Trump.
Thank you,
Mr. President. You had a long meeting, Mr. President.
Proposal that you put on the table. It's a 30-day ceasefire proposal. Your national security team presented it to both Ukraine and Russia. 2 months ago, Ukraine agreed to that ceasefire proposal. Immediately, Russia has not. And my question is Russia the obstacle to peace based upon that, just getting to that 30-day ceasefire?
I don't think so. I think that they both want peace right now. They're ready to do something. We'll see what happens. Complicated, very complicated. But I think they are both very much looking to make a deal. Marco, what would you say?
Well, first of all, what was put before our partners was options to discuss about things that it would take to end a war. This war is endable. Both sides just have to agree to it. We've shown them a pathway forward. We've discussed those ideas. It was a good meeting yesterday. There'll be good meetings over the weekend. We've shown them the finish line. We need both of them to say yes. But what happened last night with those missile strikes should remind everybody of why this war needs to end. It's horrible those missiles landed. What's even worse is there are today people that were alive yesterday that are not alive today because this war continues. And the president wants to stop it. And everyone should be thanking the president for being a peacemaker and trying to save lives. That's what we're trying to do here. It's not our war. We didn't start it, as you know. But we're trying to end the dying. We're trying to end the destruction. And we've shown the path forward. We can see the finish line, but both of them have to get there. We're going to do everything we can to help them get there, but they have to ultimately say yes.
And we are using a lot of pressure on both. You know, if you think we're just in there because we're nice people, and we are nice people, but we're using a lot of pressure on both.
What concessions, Mr. President, and to your national security team, what concessions has Russia offered up thus far to get to the point where you're closer to peace?
Stopping the war. Stopping taking the whole country. Pretty big concession.
Mr. President, if you are going to take down the tariffs, what do you want Norway to buy more of from the U.S.?
To buy more? Well, you don't need snow. You don't need skis. You don't need ski champions either, right? You have a lot of them. We just want to keep the relationship the way it is. We've had a great relationship. I think now maybe closer than ever, but we've had a great relationship with Norway. I think just keep it the way it is. You can't do better.
Really? Not even by, say, a fight?
Well, if they want to give us some additional concessions, that's okay. You can't do much better. Yes, yes.
Mr. President, you had a long meeting with Norway today. You said that Norway is doing a lot of things right, but on the Ukraine, if I can ask both you and the Prime Minister, did you find common ground today on Ukraine and the peace plan?
Totally. It's totally common ground. The Prime Minister can speak about it, but I can just say he wants to see people stop dying more than anything else, and he'd like to see it end. He's going to help us end it.
Can I say that to move towards an end of this war, U.S. engagement is critical, and President Trump made that possible. That is clear, that is obvious, it's really happening. Now the important thing is that both parties have to know that they have to deliver, and they have to feel the pressure to deliver. Ukraine is under attack. They are defending themselves. Lives are being lost. And we believe very firmly that there needs to be a ceasefire, the initiative taken by the US some time ago. It needs to be respected. And then to move on to something which both parties can own. That is the complicated part in such a dramatic war. And here I believe Europeans and Americans working together, as we do much closer now. And I salute the team of President Trump of being, open in that process. We had a good discussion on this today, and then we have to move on, and we cannot lose time because this is too much drama happening. One thing is people losing their lives, but it is a bad thing for Europe, and it's a bad thing for the world to having such a broad conflict going on. It can have ramifications far beyond Ukraine.
Mr. President, a follow-up question on China.
Mr. President, I forgot my question. I wanted to ask about sorry.
That happens.
It happens sometimes, yeah. No, Mr. President, I wanted to ask about the. Zelensky has said that he wants more Patriot missiles. So far, has been no response from the United States. If the United States decides to pull out of negotiating for peace, trying to broker peace, does that also mean a no on Patriot missiles, a no on sharing intelligence with Ukraine?
Let's see what happens. I think we're going to make a deal. And if we make a deal, that'll be wonderful. We won't have to worry about your question. You can ask that question in 2 weeks, and we'll see. But I think we're getting very close. The Prime Minister feels the same way, and we'll hopefully not have to answer that question.
Mr. President, Norway is the third country to be officially invited to the White House after Liberation Day. Why did you invite Norway so soon to the White House?
Because I like them. And I like your Prime Minister, and I like the way your government runs. And I respect the King. He's highly respected in Norway. It's a great thing, not an easy thing to do. He's done a great job. Yeah.
Would you like an invitation to visit the King?
Absolutely. You get me that invitation.
I just told the President he's welcome to visit Norway.
President Trump, first point form.
You've said before that you like the Norwegian Petroleum Fund, and I'm wondering if that has been up for discussion today, the way that we have structured our money and whether.
Well, this fund was created in the late 1990s to save for future generations the income from our oil and gas. Norwegians should continue to work as hard, dedicated, innovate, and move forward, despite having these incomes, which we happen to be in the period of our history where we can harvest, and we have transferred that into investments, half of them, by the way, here in the United States. So I think this is a model which we have been able to explore. If we can share experiences, and we do with our colleagues in the US, you never copy this one-to-one, but there can be techniques and way of working that we have used in organizing our fund. Jens Stoltenberg was the finance minister when the first dollar entered that fund, so he is a safe hand to have as a finance minister today. What do you say?
No, and as you said, Mr. Prime Minister, we are ready to sit down with the US to also work with them on if they want to establish a sovereign wealth fund, because we have a good experience with our fund. And I think that one example of how we work together with the United States is that half of the fund, close to $1 trillion US, are invested in the United States, mainly in equity, but also some in fixed income, including government bonds. So this is an expression of trust in the United States, expressed by the strong investment of the sovereign wealth fund. Then just briefly on Ukraine, since it was mentioned, we had a very good and extensive discussion about Ukraine, the path forward to peace. And as the Prime Minister said, we commend the US for pushing forward to try to find a negotiated solution. At the same time, we need to continue to support Ukraine, and therefore I'm proud that Norway has actually tripled the military support to Ukraine. And this year we will allocate close to $8 billion US to Ukraine. That will strengthen them and also their hand on the negotiating table.
If I may add to that, if there's a peace, and there will be a peace, we have a common responsibility in securing democratic Ukraine for the future. And the best security guarantee they can have is the ability to defend themselves. And we are investing in that.
Mr. Prime Minister,
if I may, as it relates to tariffs, Mr. President, when you unveiled your reciprocal tariffs on April the 2nd, the tariff rate for Norway was 15%. Based upon your conversations that you've had today with the Prime Minister, do you see that tariff rate coming down from what you proposed just a few weeks ago?
Well, they have a great fund of $2 trillion. It's a big fund. And they don't have any debt. So I think they'd probably be willing to pay us more than that, I hope.
Are the two nations in agreement of which countries?
Mr. President,
Yes.
in 2018, your former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo called for an end to Russian occupation of Crimea. Why has this administration changed its stance on territorial concessions?
Well, the war started. It would have never started if I were president. This is a war that is horrible. All wars are horrible. This one is in particular bad. And I don't know that you can ever say there's going to be a winner to this because so many lives have been lost. Not only soldiers, a lot of lives have been lost. I think that we want to do one very simple thing. It would have never happened if I were president. Zero chance it was going to. And it didn't. You know, people say, how do you know that? Number one, it didn't happen. We never even discussed it. I would talk to Putin about it. It was the apple of his eye. You know, Ukraine was the apple of Putin's eye, but there was never even a thought that he'd go in. And I think he understood that I would not be happy if he did. And it was only when I got out, and you know, when you mention what happened to Ukraine years ago under President Obama and a vice president that was also president later, unfortunately for this country, what happened is large chunks of land were given up, and it was called Crimea, and that was a big thing. That was a big moment. But this isn't my war. This is Biden's war. This is a war that Biden was president when this war happened. But I'm trying to put out the fire, and I think we'll be successful. And if we do, we're going to save a lot of lives. Otherwise, and the Prime Minister had a statement. He said, this is just a point in time. We're very lucky because this is a point. And if this doesn't happen, this could go on for a long time.
Mr. President, will you have meetings with other world leaders when you're in Rome, sir?
Future Democrat president?
I don't think he will. I think he wants to make peace. I think he wants to end it. And I feel pretty confident of that. But we're gonna know pretty soon.
Mr. President, will you have meetings with other world leaders when you're in Rome?
Yes, I will.
Which leaders do you want to meet, sir?
Well, I'd like to meet them all. That would be nice. I'd like to take care of all of them. But we have many of them there, and they all want to meet. They want to meet about trade. And we are making some great inroads and great deals. You might want to speak about that, Mr. Secretary.
We had a very successful bilateral meeting with the Republic of South Korea today. We may be moving faster than I thought, and we will be talking technical terms as early as next week as we reach an agreement on understanding as soon as next week. So South Koreans came early. They came with their A game, and we will see if they follow through on that.
President, you're rounding up your first
Do you think you deserve the Nobel Peace Prize if you manage to create?
Do I deserve the Nobel Peace Prize?
If you manage to create peace?
Well, maybe for the Abraham Accords. I don't want to get ahead of myself on this one, but they say for the Abraham Accords, and by the way, speaking of that, we're going to be filling it up. A lot of countries want to come into the Abraham Accords. You know, we have 4, and Biden did nothing on that one, too. It's the same 4. But they're great countries, and they were brave doing it, and it's worked out very well. And we're going to be filling up the Abraham Accords. They're going to be, I think, filling it up very rapidly. Marco, could you say something about that?
There's great, enormous opportunity to grow the Abraham Accords. But I would just point to one thing. Of all the leaders in the world today, no leader is working harder to prevent wars or end them than President Trump is right now. That's why we're talking to Iran. That's why we're engaged with Ukraine and Russia. It's the desire to prevent these wars from breaking out and to end the ones that exist already. And again, I just think it's tremendous for our country to be led by a president who desires to bring peace and establish peace and protect peace. So it's hard work.
Mr. President.
You know, Marco just mentioned something that maybe we should talk about for just a second, if we could, Mr. Prime Minister. And you're involved in it too, because you've been involved in the world and peace. But I think we're doing very well with respect to Iran, and we're having very serious meetings. And there are only 2 options, and the one option is not a good option. It's not a good option at all. And I think we're doing very well on an agreement with Iran, but that one, we're doing a lot of things, I will say. but that one is well on its way. We could have a very, very good decision, and a lot of lives will be saved.
Mr. President, on the economy, there was a slowdown. Mr. President, on the economy, there was a slowdown as it relates to home sales in the month of March, the slowest pace since 2009. Is that an economic indicator, and perhaps the Treasury Secretary can weigh in on this as well, is that an economic indicator that concerns you about the broader U.S. economy?
No, they had very good numbers on housing today, extremely good numbers, and that's despite interest rates, because, you know, if you look at what happened, everyone said, oh, I said I was going to get prices down. I did. Energy just hit $1.98 in a couple of states. It's way down. Energy's down, and we're about $64 a barrel. When I came in, and we were looking at $89, $90, $95. And by the way, that helps us solve the war too. Having those energy prices is a big incentive for Russia to also agree with solving the war problem. Groceries are down. When I was with you 2 months ago, you were complaining about eggs. I said, I just got here. I was here for about a week when the press started saying about eggs have gone through the roof. I said, I just got here. Tell me about eggs. And they happened. They went through the roof, and you couldn't get them. So we just had a big Easter egg hunt at the White House. Thousands and thousands of eggs, and the price was down 87%. So we did a great job. Housing is doing very well. We should lower interest rates. That's the Fed. I hope they lower interest rates. That's the smart thing to do. Be ahead a little bit, although already it's a little bit late. But in the end, we just have a great country. We have a very strong country, and we have every other country. I can't think of one country that doesn't want to negotiate a deal. And they either negotiate a deal or we set a deal that we think is fair. Because we don't have to go through all of these. It would be physically impossible. You know, you have so many people that really understand it, which is a very small group of people here. And we are going to, at some point, just set prices for deals. Some will be tariffed. Some treated us very unfairly. They'll be tariffed higher than others. But we've been ripped off for many, many years. The United States has been ripped off like no country probably in the history of the world has been ripped off for 45, 50 years. And countries have gotten rich by doing that with the United States. We've taken care of their militaries, and military is another subject we talk about. We're not going to make that subject to any of the deals, but you know the same countries that I do, where we virtually take care of their military, and then don't get treated fairly on trade. So the people, and I don't blame those countries. I blame the people that sat at that beautiful desk right behind you, because those people didn't do the job for this country, and they let us lose $4 billion a day on trade. We were losing $4 or $5 billion a day on trade when I got here, and now we're going to be much better than breaking even, and we're going to be making $4 or $5 billion a day on trade. So, I don't blame any country, not the worst of them. We were abused by countries. I blame the President of the United States that happened to be sitting when these deals were made. Disgraceful. When I was here, we had a great 4 years. We had the most successful economy in the history of our country, my first term. And we were very tough on trade. And with China, as you know, they paid hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs. But nobody else ever did that. China paid not 10 cents to any other president. And but not only China, virtually every country got away with murder. And we just can't let that happen. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's a great honor to be with Prime Minister Ishiba of Japan. He's a highly respected man, doing a fantastic job. The people of Japan like him a lot. That's good. And it's a real honor to have him in the Oval Office. This is the first time he's been into the Oval Office. And when people come in here the first time, they like to look for a little while, and he did, and it was. This represents some of our best presidents, but it represents a lot of other things also. But up on the wall, we have some of our best presidents over the years, and people enjoy it very much, and they enjoy being here. And it's a great honor to have you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. ありがとうございます。石破総理をお招きできることはとても私にとっても名誉であります。石破総理は日本でも皆様が非常に敬意を示している総理でありまして、素晴らしいお仕事をされており、国民から非常に好かれている総理でもあります。なのでこの場にお招きできることは本当に私にとって光栄であります。執務室への訪問は初と聞いております。多くの方がここを訪問しますけども、この部屋に入った際に見渡して歴代大統領とかの写真を皆眺めて感銘を受ける場所であります。ですので改めまして石破総理にアメリカ訪問していただきありがとうございます。
大統領閣下、本日お招きをいただきまして誠にありがとうございます。心から厚く御礼を申し上げます。
The Honorable Mr. President, thank you very much for inviting me to the White House today. From the bottom of my heart, I would like to express my sincere appreciation for the invitation.
安倍元総理のご夫人、安倍昭恵さんを通じまして、大統領閣下の本を頂戴いたしました。そこにはピースと書かれてありました。非常に感銘を受けたところであります。
Through Mrs. Akie Abe, you kindly delivered your photo book for me, and on that you gave me an autograph. You wrote peace for me, and I was really touched by your message.
そこには大統領閣下の深い思いが込められているというふうに感じました。
And I realized that the word peace represents what you care.
昨年の7月であったかと思います。大統領になられる前でしたが、狙撃をされた時にひるむことなく立ち上がられ、拳を天に突き上げて、その時の写真が非常に印象的でありました。
And I vividly remember what you had to experience during the presidential election. I remember that was last July. There was an assassination attempt. And I was very touched by your undaunted presence, that you stood up and also you raised your fist high in the sky.
そこの背後には星条旗がはためき、そして青い空が映っていた。あの写真はおそらく歴史に残る一枚だったと思います。
And behind you, there was a star-spangled banner with the blue sky, and that specific photo will be remembered as was one of the most unforgettable scene in the photo.
あの写真を見て私はおそらく大統領閣下の時に自分はこうして神様から選ばれたんだ、必ず大統領に当選し再びアメリカを偉大な国、そして世界を平和に、そのように確信されたに違いないと思ったことでした。
And as I looked at the photo, I realized that through that experience, you realized your mission, namely, you're going to win the election, and also you're going to pursue your signature initiative of Make America Great Again, and also you will redouble your efforts to bring peace to the world. And that is why God saved you in that experience.
Thank you very much.
大統領閣下が Make America Great Again というふうにおっしゃっておられますが、それは忘れ去られた人々、Forgotten Menですかね、忘れられた人々に対する深い思いやりに基づくものであったと思います。
And I understand that you have been advocating the key signature initiative, Make America Great Again. And I understand that that actually reflects your deep compassion to the forgotten man and woman.
私も 総理大臣に就任して以来、地方創生ということを掲げております。それは日本の中には地方を中心として忘れ去られている寂しい思いを持った人がたくさんいます。そういう人たちにもう一度夢と希望を持ってもらいたい、そういう思いに基づくものであります。
And just like you, since I took office as Prime Minister of Japan, I have been advocating my goal of regional revitalization and also local revitalization in Japan as well. In many of the suburban areas and rural areas, we do see many forgotten men and women, and I do hope to bring dream and hope for them.
日本と合衆国は今非常に緊密な関係にありますが、それは全て第一次トランプ政権において大統領閣下と今は亡き安倍総理大臣、そのお二人によってその礎が築かれたと、そのように私は承知いたしております。
At this juncture, I am proud of the very good relationship between Japan and the United States. There is a very close partnership, and I do believe that it is Mr. President and late Prime Minister Shinzo Abe who laid the foundation for such robust relationship between our two countries.
今後も大統領閣下と私、そして合衆国と日本国、力を合わせてさらに世界が平和になる、そしてさらに人々が夢と希望を持って生きていくことができるように努めてまいりたいと存じます。
So as we move forward, together with Mr. President, and also together with the United States, Japan and myself are determined to work hand in hand to bring peace to the world and also enable people to have their dream and their hope.
Thank you very much. That was beautiful. And I just want to say that Shinzo was a great friend of mine. So sad. I couldn't have felt worse when that happened to him, that horrible event. But he also was a friend of yours, and he had tremendous respect for you. And we would talk about the different people in Japan. He had tremendous respect for you, as does Mrs. Abe. And when she came and visited at Mar-a-Lago, she was terrifically impressed by the job you're doing. And I thought it was very nice. But Shinzo had tremendous regard for you. And I know that you were a good friend of his too. So it's just an honor on his behalf even to say it's just an honor to be with all of you. He was a good friend of mine. He was a wonderful man.
心臓は私の親しい友人であり、彼が亡くなったことは私にとっても非常に悲しい事態でありました。本当に最悪な、私にとって最悪な日で、また、ひどい悲劇でありました。私が理解しているのは、私の知り合い、友人でもありましたけども、安倍元総理は石破総理のことをとても尊敬していたと私は聞いております。これは安倍元総理、そしてご夫人も言っておられたことですけども、非常に尊敬をしていて、今、総理が行っている業務等について感銘を受けていると聞いております。マーラーゴでご夫人に会った時もそのように聞いております。ですので、この私の親しい友人が尊敬されていた総理とこの場を過ごすことは私にとっても大きな光栄であります。
政治家のみならず民間人にもトランプ大統領閣下がこうしてご就任になったということを喜んでいる者はたくさんおります。トヨタ自動車の会長、豊田章男氏は私の高校大学時代の同級生、友人でありますが、彼は本当にトランプ大統領が再び就任されることを心待ちにしていたとよく口に出しております。
Not only among politicians, but also among general public as well as business leaders, there are many that are anxiously waiting for your comeback. And let me cite one example. Mr. Akio Toyoda, CEO of Toyota, is actually my friend from high school as well as college days. And he confessed to me that he was also anxiously waiting for your victory and your comeback.
彼はこれからアメリカにさらに多くの投資をし、多くの雇用を作りたい、そういう発表をするということでございました。
And when I talked to him, he shared with me his future plan to announce more investment to the United States and also to create more jobs in the United States.
あるいはここに外務大臣、岩屋外務大臣がおりますが、先般も大統領閣下とお話をした孫正義さん、彼は岩屋外務大臣の長い友人でありますけれども、彼もこの間アルトマン氏と一緒に私面会をいたしましたが、アメリカに多くの投資をこれからするのだというふうに申しておりました。
Another example is the SoftBank Group CEO Masayoshi Son, or Masa, who happens to be a longtime friend of my foreign minister, Minister Iwaya. He also had a chance to see me together with Mr. Altman, CEO of OpenAI. And Masa also shared his vision to bring more investment to the United States.
我が日本国は国に対する投資はこの5年間連続して世界一であります。
Japan has been the largest investor for the United States in the last 5 consecutive years.
これもこれから先もっと伸ばしていきたいと考えております。
And building upon that, we are ready to further increase our investment to the United States.
またこれはまだ発表いたしておりませんが、日本の自動車メーカーいすゞという会社がありますが、それが近々合衆国に工場建設をし、多くの雇用を作るということを決定をいたしました。
And also, there is another good news that I would like to deliver to you. A Japanese automaker Isuzu has a plan to create a factory in the United States in the near future.
あるいは先ほど申し上げましたが、トヨタ自動車は合衆国の工場を拡張する、あるいは新設をするという計画を持って近々実行いたします。工場はこの4月から本格的に稼働いたします。
And as I touched upon the example of Toyota, they also have another plan to expand their factories as well as start to operate new factories in the near future. And as far as I understand, there is one factory to be fully operational starting the month of April this year.
Well, thank you very much, and we're going to be working on that, and I think your auto factories are going to do very well. We have a lot of companies coming into the United States to build autos because of what we've done with taxation, and I know they're going to do very well. And say hello to Mr. Toyota, who's somebody I met over there and became friendly with. Terrific man. All of these people, so great, such a great country. We do want to work on a deficit. We have about $100 billion deficit with Japan, which I'm not surprised because you're very good negotiators, I will say. But we want to work on that and get that down to even equality, I call it. Let's be equal. So I think we'll be able to do that pretty easily. And that's pretty much what I want to do. I want to get other countries also to equality with the United States in terms of deficits. And I think we'll be able to do that very routinely.
ありがとうございます。非常に この件に関してもこれから私たちが取り組む予定でありますけれども、特に自動車工場というものは素晴らしいものになると思います。米国への投資が進み、自動車を米国で作るということ、これは非常に良いビジネスになると思います。多くの国々からこういった投資がありますけれども、これはひとえに米国の税制があるからだと思います。ですので、こういった業務というものはこれからもどんどん進んでいくことを期待します。トヨタ氏ですけれども、私は彼に会ったこともありますし、彼は私の友人でもあります。ぜひとも彼によろしくお伝えしていただければと思います。また、貿易赤字に関してなんですけれども、今、日米の間で100億ドルほどの貿易赤字があります。これは日本が素晴らしい交渉力を持っているからだと思うんですけれども、これを均衡に戻す必要があると思いまして、これは各国とも私は常に言っていることですけれども、貿易をその均衡に戻す、これが一つの私の策でもあります。
To what extent will you discuss North Korea today, sir?
That'll always be a topic, especially with Japan. We will be discussing North Korea and many other things. We'll be spending pretty much the day, but that's always a topic.
Mr. President, have you changed your mind about the sale of U.S. steel?
No, I think we're going to be discussing that today. No, I haven't, and I hear we'll have some pretty good information on that. You might want to go.
そのことに関しても今日話をします。
Have you?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. President, are tariffs an option if the deficit doesn't get to equilibrium or to equality?
Yes.
関税については均衡戻らない場合はどうなるんですか。
Mr. President, can you discuss what your plan is for reciprocal trade? Are you signing an EO on that today?
I'll be announcing that next week, reciprocal trade, so that we're treated evenly with other countries. We don't want any more or any less. So I'll be announcing that next week. And many other things having to do not even with trade, but other things. But I'll be talking about reciprocal trade sometime next week. We'll have a news conference and we'll lay it out. Pretty simple.
Is that target every single country?
It affects everybody.
So Japan
Reciprocal. Yeah. We'll be talking about that next week.
首相にちょっと伺いたいんですけれども、今関税を課すという話になってるんですけど、関税が課されることについてはこのように考えていらっしゃいますか？
お互いにそれが利益になるようにということが重要なことだと思っているのです。合衆国の発展、そして日本国の発展、そのために有益な制度となることを期待をしておりまして、具体的なことについてはまだこれから。
I understand that the key point in this regard is to make that for mutually beneficial. That means that would benefit the development of the United States as well as the development of Japan. And I do hope that whatever measures and actions should meet this criteria, meaning that serving the interest of both countries. But as to specifics, I understand that we are going to have further discussion.
Correct.
Mr. President, are there any specific concessions that you will be asking for from Japan that you can share?
Oh, we'll be having. I think it'll be very easy for Japan. We have a fantastic relationship. I don't think we'll have any problem whatsoever. They want fairness also.
それはうまく進むと思います。日本は素晴らしいパートナーですし、彼らもことがスムーズに進むことを期待していると思います。これは双方にとってです。
Mr. President, do you have a reaction to the new Time magazine cover that has Elon Musk sitting behind your Resolute desk?
タイムマガジンにイーロン・マスクが大統領の机の後ろで座っている写真がありますけれども、それに関するコメントは何かありますか？
Is Time magazine still in business? I didn't even know that.
タイムマガジンは廃刊じゃないんですか？
Elon is doing a great job. He's finding tremendous fraud and corruption and waste. You see it with the USAID, but you're going to see it even more so with other agencies and other parts of government. He's got a staff that's fantastic. He's wanted to be able to do this for a long time, and everybody else knew it was existent, but I think never so much. When you look at USAID, that's a It's a fraud. The whole thing is a fraud. Very little being put to good use. Every single line that I look at in terms of events and transactions is either corrupt or ridiculous. And we're going to be doing that throughout government. And I think we're going to be very close to balancing budgets for the first time in many years. I think we're going to be very close to, in addition to monies coming in from tariffs, et cetera, et cetera. But no, he's doing a very good job. I'm very happy with it.
Will you put Elon Musk up on the podium for us to ask him some questions, Mr. President? At any point? Will you put Elon Musk up on the podium for us to ask him some questions?
Oh, sure. He'll be. He's not shy. Elon's not shy.
Any further deliberations on Gaza, sir? The timetable for a takeover?
No deliberations. It's been very well received, where basically the United States would view it as a real estate transaction, where we'll be an investor in that part of the world, and no rush to do anything. We wouldn't need anybody there. It would be supplied and given to us by Israel. They'll watch it in terms of security. We're not talking about boots in the ground or anything, but I think the fact that we're there, that we have an investment there, I think would go a long way to creating peace. We don't want to see everybody move back and then move out in 10 years. This has been going on for 50 years, much more than that. We just want to see stability. That would be having us have that particular peace in that particular location, I think would show great stability and would lead to great stability in the area for very little money, very little price, and we wouldn't need soldiers at all. That will be taken care of by others. And the investments are taken care of by others also. So for no investment, I mean virtually no investment whatsoever, it would bring stability to the area, and others can invest in it later on. But we're in no rush on it. There's absolutely no rush.
President Trump, do you believe DeepSeek is a national security threat, and how do you plan to collaborate on AI initiatives?
On where?
DeepSeek, do you believe it's a national security threat?
No, I think it's happening. I mean, it's a technology that's happening. It's actually, I think we're going to benefit if it's correct what's going on now, that it'll be a lot less expensive. The AI we're talking about will be a lot less expensive than people originally thought. That's a good thing. I view that as a very good development, not a bad development.
Mr. President, on autos specifically, in your first term, you tried to tariff autos. Is that on the table still? Are you trying to do that in your second administration?
Auto tariff?
Auto tariff?
Oh yeah, sure. That's on the table. That's always on the table. It's a very big deal. Because we have cases where we don't supply autos and other countries do, and we have to equalize it. We have to stabilize it and equalize it.
Will you have Vice President Vance meet with President Zelensky next week while he's in Europe?
I will probably be meeting with President Zelensky next week, and I will probably be talking to President Putin. I'd like to see that war end. For one primary reason, they're killing so many people. You're losing millions of people on a battlefield. In this case, mostly the battlefield. You have 800,000 or 900,000 Russian soldiers are dead and very badly wounded. And the same thing with Ukraine. You have probably 700,000 with Ukraine. The numbers they gave are a little bit lower than that, but I believe those numbers aren't correct. I'd like to see it end just on a human basis. It's terrible what's going on. They have open fields with no protection. The only thing a bullet can hit is a human body, and the human body dies as soon as it gets hit. Now, I'd like to see that end. It's a ridiculous war. It would have never started if I were president. That war would have never started. Putin would not have started that war if I were president. And by the way, you wouldn't have had October 7th if I was president either. That mess would not have started. But no, I would very much like to help out. One of the things we're looking at with President Zelensky is having the security of their assets. They have assets underground, rare earth and other things, but primarily rare earth. And we want to have security. Really, we want security because, as you know, Europe is putting up much less money than us. NATO, Europe, call it whatever you want. And we're at probably 300 billion plus, and they're at probably, the real number is 100 billion. That's a lot of money, but it's 200 billion less than us, and there's an ocean in between. They need it more than us. So we're asking them to equalize and get even, but we're also asking President Zelensky for the security of, we're putting all this money up and we're saying, where does it stop? And yet, we want to see it out to an end. We want to see it end. But we are going to be asking for the security, and we've already told him, of an equal amount of something where our money, the American taxpayers in for $300 billion. Biden never negotiated. He never told Europe to put in more money, and it got out of hand. Just like NATO. NATO we were paying almost 100% of NATO when I first came in. Everybody was taking advantage of the good old United States, but not anymore. So what, and now, if you speak to the Secretary General of NATO, who was very nice when he was here 2 weeks ago, he said what Trump did was amazing. He got everybody to pay. And to do that, you have to ask, and Biden never asked. So we're in for probably close to $200 billion more than Europe, and yet obviously it affects Europe much more than us. So we would like them to stay, to equalize. They have to go more. And from our standpoint, we do want security and all this money that we're putting up.
You're speaking with him next week, sir? Is that what you said?
You're going to speak
He may meet next week, yeah. Whenever he'd like. I'm here. I'm here. Could be Washington. Well, I'm not going there.
Are you planning to meet with President Putin, or are you just planning a phone call?
We've always had a good relationship. President Putin and I have always had a good relationship. That's why it's so sad that it happened. This would have never happened if I were president. It's so sad to see it happen. So many dead people. By the way, so many cities are demolished. They're like, you talk about Gaza? Well, take a look at Ukraine. So many of those cities are demolition sites, demolished. So sad. Should have never happened. All those beautiful golden domes, but much more importantly, all those beautiful people are dead. And it should have never happened. Thank you very much, everybody. All right, guys. Thank you.
Thank you for tuning in to the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. It is currently 3:37 p.m. And of course, today's date is the 25th of April 2025. The legendary OG, 45th and 47th. He participated with Prime Minister of Japan. Right there, we just saw the Oval Office. All right, a lot is going on right now. A lot is going on right now. If you're just tuning in, thank you for tuning in. God bless you. Of course, Pete Hegseth has been getting attacked for another leak on Signal, and Tulsi Gabbard is saying there may be some sort of motivation when it comes to this intel leaks. Let's see what Tulsi Gabbard has to say. Let's hear what she has to say.
Tulsi Gabbard is here, and she's saying this. Deep state criminals, and she puts them on notice, referring to 2 alleged leakers of classified info of the DOJ for prosecution. So 2 and more are coming. 3rd referral is on the way. Here to explain is the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard. Director, great to see you in person.
Good to see you, Brian.
So I read about this. You indicated to me this was happening. 2 people have been found to be leaking. A 3rd on its way. Can you give me the nature of the leaks and how you discovered it?
Let's just first of all point out what we know has been the problem for a very long time.
Here we go.
One of the reasons why the American people voted resoundingly for President Trump was to root out the kind of politicization and weaponization of intelligence that has really undermined the trust the American people have in the intelligence community and the national security state, but really what also directly undermines our own national security. So I made it very clear to the U.S. Senate, to the American people when I had the honor of being appointed to this position, that we will not allow this to continue. We take this very seriously. It is illegal to leak classified information. And so what you're seeing here is me carrying out on the promise and the mandate the American people gave Trump. We conducted our own internal investigation. We have referred them now to the Department of Justice and the FBI for an official criminal investigation, because these are crimes and people need to be held accountable to put a stop to this.
When you were Congresswoman, we talked about this. There's people within the department not selling secrets to Russia or China.
Well, we're keeping an eye out for that, too.
Absolutely,
but
undermining the policy of the administration, the first administration, working against you at the CIA, working against you. Now you're finding this out. So you found people who seem motivated to undermine the president.
Yeah, when we look at the examples that I've seen just in the short time that I've been in this position, what they consist of is essentially very selective leaks to their friends in the propaganda media that twist and manipulate intelligence directly to undermine the president's policies and his aggressive work to keep the American people safe.
So does that third person know that you're zeroing in on them?
I don't know if they know, but these are the first 3 investigations. We are referring to the Department of Justice. There are more that we are continuing to, investigations we're continuing
Can you give
internally.
me the nature of what they did, and will we know their names?
I can't get into detail now because of the criminal investigations that the FBI will be conducting. But in each one of these examples, I can tell you we know that the intent, based on the result that we've seen through their leaks to the Washington Post, the New York Times, and other outlets, Huffington Post and others, has been directly to undermine President Trump and the work that he's doing.
In cooperation with the director of the CIA and the FBI, since you're overseeing all of it? So it could be any in those bureaus beneath you?
Yes.
Okay. We just had the Secretary of Defense on, and he also is dealing with leak issues, 3 of which have been fired, maybe a 4 queued up. As Director of National Intelligence, do you have a role in that investigation?
I don't. The Department of Defense is conducting their own investigation. I've not been involved with or connected to that. What we are looking at is specifically within the intelligence community. So that means the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, but also with purview over the 18 different intelligence elements that I have oversight over.
Can you give me what you were told about you need to be able to communicate in real time, rapidly, with people at your level in a secure location? Yeah. Thanks to the Chinese infiltrating just about everything under the Biden administration, everyone was told to use the Signal app. What is the protocol for the administration about using the Signal app?
It's very simple, obviously. We have official, secure means of communication, whether it's email or phone. That is the preferred method of communication. If, for example, someone is traveling, they're on the road.
Which happens all the time.
Which obviously we're not all locked to our desks, which is a good thing. Limited use of an end-to-end encrypted app like Signal is not only authorized under this administration, it was used prolifically under the Biden administration as well, recognizing that that's the most secure form of communication, but not using it to communicate classified information, of course.
Was Jake Sullivan and former Secretary of State Anthony Blinken, were they communicating that way?
I have been told by people who have firsthand experience they communicated prolifically and in great detail using the Signal app.
So
which is interesting because the Democrats on the committee and people who've been talking about this have never questioned or acknowledged that fact, even though we know that they know.
Yeah, it's important for people to point out that there's very few options because the Chinese have penetrated into almost every.
It's just practical.
Every major
we have to be able
device.
to communicate, and that is the most secure way to communicate.
Right.
Obviously, carefully, limited, but we have to have options.
So just so you know, there's a big story out today that the Secretary of Defense was using the Signal app on his desktop. And his spokesperson, Sean Parnell, said this: the Secretary's use of communication systems and channels is classified. However, we can confirm that the Secretary has never used or does not currently use Signal on his government computer. When you get briefed, like I get briefed when I started here, this is what you can do, this is what you can't do. What do they tell you? I mean, these are stories that really come from protocol, isn't it?
Well, first of all, the Signal app has been uploaded on government phones specifically to be able to use in those exigent circumstances where it is needed to be able to communicate. The point is being very careful in how you're using any means of communication if it is not a secure government classified system.
You're not new to Congress. You're not new to Washington.
No.
But you're in a position you couldn't possibly be known everything you were getting into. What's been the biggest surprise since you took over? What's one of the biggest adjustments since you've taken over?
There's a long list, but really the levels of very serious, deep reform that is essential. Number one, to restore trust on behalf of the American people in these institutions to keep the American people safe. And being able to make sure that across the board we are focusing on that foremost mission. They're obviously the DEI stuff that has been a huge distraction. I've had employees come and talk to me and say they were expected to spend half of their day within the intelligence community focused on DEI work. So if you can imagine when we have intelligence professionals and analysts whose mission it is to make sure that the president has relevant, timely, apolitical, objective intelligence to make his decisions by, but in the last administration, they're told, you got to spend half your day on DEI work. We can understand why the capabilities in some cases were so degraded.
Well, you have, without DEI, you got free time to do what everyone's supposed to.
Diversity, equity, and inclusion. That played a big role, didn't it? All right, tariffs.
Restaurant owner in Albany, New York. And Dominic, you own 2 restaurants, a fine dining spot.
Everybody has been complaining about the tariffs. Oh, the tariff is so high. Trump is going to destroy the United States with tariffs. Well, he's negotiating, ladies and gentlemen. Give him some time to cook. He's only been here for 95 days. The way people talk about Trump, you would think President Trump has been the president for at least 2 years. He's been here for 95 days. All right. He's already started talking with Russia. Biden never even picked up the phone to call Vladimir Putin. We will not let Putin continue this. And then he sends billions to Ukraine to continue what he just said Putin shouldn't continue. But here you have a leader who wants to be, he doesn't even want to be. He is a diplomat. That's why he started talking. And he's trying to be sort of friendly with Putin. And people are like, well, you shouldn't take the side of the enemy. Like, you're trying to stop the war, or you're trying to point out the bad guy. A lot of people already died. Thousands of people already died. So it's like, and now the only person who has the balls to fix the trade now is doing it. People are like, well, why is he being like this? Why is he tariffing countries? The United States is the largest consumer in the world. And if you are the largest consumer in the world, you should be able to use your power. You should be able to use your power. Everybody needs you to buy from them. They need the United States to buy from them. You could be the largest manufacturer in the world, China. But if you don't have your largest consumer buy from you, then what's going to happen? Trump knows this, so he's negotiating, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, it's going to take time. It's never going to happen overnight. Nothing happens overnight. Okay? Nothing happens overnight. So give him some time. He's already flushed out so many bad deals. He's already secured the border and still securing the border. Already started negotiating with Ukraine. And then he just posted on, let me see if I can show you guys this. He just posted on Truth Social saying that Zelensky should sign the right here. Let me see. Let's see if I can get it to you. Copy link to truth. Boom. Here we go. So here we go. He says Ukraine, headed by Volodymyr Zelensky, has not signed the final papers on the very important rare earth deal with the United States. It is at least 3 weeks late. Hopefully, it will be signed immediately. Work on the overall peace deal between Russia and Ukraine is going smoothly. Success seems to be in the future. So, Zelensky has not even signed the rare earth deal. Zelensky hasn't even signed the rare earth deal. Okay. Okay, that's it. Yeah. I'm not even going to put energy into that because why haven't you signed the rare earth deal? And then you're saying you want peace, but you don't want to give anything, but you want to be an ally of the United States, but you don't want the United States to be able to get some rare earth from Ukraine? I don't think so.
Guest today is Dominic Pernomo. He's a restaurant owner in Albany, New York. And Dominic, you own 2 restaurants, a fine dining spot and the casual American restaurant where you are right now. Have you noticed any sort of shift in your customers since Trump's tariffs were announced? Are people holding on to their money more?
Yes, good evening, Jake. Thank you very much for having me on and for sharing our story. We have definitely seen a pullback on foot traffic, people coming in, more or less since the April 7th, the Liberation Day. Our first quarters were soft for many restaurants around the country, us included, and we've seen some consumer confidence drop off in the last 3 weeks or so.
Obviously, this creates a lot of uncertainty for you in an already volatile industry. Restaurants, as I don't need to tell you, are a risky venture. How are you managing?
We're doing the best that we can with, trying to get ways to increase traffic and to come up with some other ideas. But it's, like I said, the squeeze has been on. Our costs are up 40%, cost of goods, 30% in labor since the pandemic. Menu prices have really only gone up about 20 to 25%. Restaurants across the country average 3 to 5% profit margins. So there's really no place to go, but unfortunately to pass those costs along to consumers.
What products do you rely on that might have been impacted by any price increases, or you anticipate they will be impacted?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of items. We have cuisine from around the world on our menu, so there's a lot of things that we just can't make in the United States: cocoa, coffee, coconut milk, certain spices and chilies, things like that we import. Most of our meat, fish, all comes domestically. We're in upstate New York, where we have an incredible amount of locally grown farms and produce, but that's only about 4 or 5 months a year. And our consumers, they want a tomato on the BLT or on the burger in January. And to do that, we have to get product from outside the country.
The Trump administration's goal with the tariffs, they say, is to bring manufacturing back home and to even the playing field. Do you think it is possible for them to achieve what they want to achieve without hurting American businesses such as yours?
I don't think so, and that's why I think, as a restaurant industry, what we're asking is the administration to do a carve-out for food products. The United States has a trade surplus, or even, depending on the year. We export about $190 billion in produce and agriculture, and we import about the same amount. So it's really a trade of what's available in the U.S. versus what's not. So, we think that it would be fair for the administration to do a carve-out for food. There's already enough food insecurity in the United States. 12% of people in the U.S. are food insecure. Stalling that food imports, could be another $2 billion a year in wasted product, plus another $12 billion in additional costs that are ultimately going to be passed on to the consumer.
Dominic, I have to bid you farewell, but before you go, for anybody in the Albany area, what are the names of your 2 restaurants?
Yono's is our fine dining restaurant, and DP and American Brasserie, both located in downtown Albany.
All right, I'll look you up if I'm ever up there. Dominic Pernomo, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Many businesses are moving through their pre-tariffed inventory now, which means higher prices could be coming your way soon. So when might you actually feel the sticker shock on some of your favorite clothes or shoes or other products that come from overseas? Well, CNN's Vanessa Yurkevich is near the port of New York and New Jersey, which recently became the busiest port in the country, partly because of this. Vanessa, how are tariffs impacting retailers' inventories?
Well, as you mentioned, Jake, the Port of New York and New Jersey, which you can see just behind my right-hand shoulder here, became the busiest port in part because retailers were bringing in tons of products and cargo to try to beat those tariffs that were going to affect in April. And retailers who have stockpiled are starting to move through that pre-tariff inventory. According to Wells Fargo and the Federal Reserve of St. Louis, essentially, businesses have about 1.3 months of inventory. And once they move through that, they're going to have to bring new inventory in, and that will be at the tariffed rate. Now, at the Port of New York and New Jersey, about 25% of the volume that comes into the port behind me is from China. They say that they expect another surge to come in ahead of that 90-day pause on those reciprocal tariffs in case they go into effect. But after that, they expect a slowdown. They expect businesses to start to pull back because those prices will go up and it'll be a lot more expensive for businesses to get their goods into the country, Jake.
Vanessa, when can shoppers expect to see this price hike?
Well, a boat that is leaving from China today will take about 5 to 6 weeks to arrive here at the Port of New York and New Jersey. So it depends on the size of the business and how much they have stockpiled. A smaller business, we've heard that many of those businesses are going to have to start raising prices after Mother's Day. Other businesses who have more supply, they can start to push those prices off, but likely in the next couple months. According to Flexport, they're an ocean carrier broker, they say that back-to-school items and holiday items are going to see higher prices. They also note that key products that we get from China, like sneakers, footwear, toys, those are likely going to see higher prices sooner. Also to note from Flexport, they said that some ocean carriers are already canceling their routes to different ports in the United States because it is just becoming too expensive. Jake, ultimately then, that could lead to some shortages and then inflation for U.S. consumers. Jake?
Vanessa Yurkevich near the Port of New York and New Jersey, thanks so much. I want to try to understand what's going through President Trump's mind. I'm not a psychologist, but we
Definitely, for sure. I mean, small businesses are definitely going to feel the heat. That is for sure. As well as farmers. Okay? But this is necessary. It is necessary.
We do have on tap here former Trump Communications Director Alyssa Farah-Griffin, who understands him. Alyssa, to the extent you can, help us understand what you think President Trump's mindset is when it comes to the back and forth on the tariff policies, which are definitionally erratic. Is there a method to the madness?
I hope that there is, because the U.S. economy and actually the global economy kind of hangs in the balance. But most likely what I think happened is the president was pitched this idea that he announced on what he called Liberation Day, that was this idea of introducing a very protectionist American economy, something that certain advisors around him, Steve Bannon, Peter Navarro, really think will work, that we're going to bring all this manufacturing back to the United States. It's going to create wealth and prosperity. But the plurality of economists, left, right, and center, say this is not possible in a global economy. And I think once he came out with sort of these sweeping tariffs, we've seen him pull them back and can continually make these changes, he's realizing he needs an off-ramp. Like, the writing is on the wall. You know, CNN reported that this week he met with Walmart and Target CEOs who warned him about supply chain disruptions and higher costs. But the question is really who is going to present him some kind of an off-ramp that he's going to be able to present as a win to the public. And if that's going to happen kind of remains to be seen at this point.
I know some people view Trump's tariffs as just a negotiating point, part of the art of the deal tactics. But some Trump supporters out there, including we heard from Citadel CEO Ken Griffin, huge Trump supporter, they're convinced that America's reputation is damaged I want you to take a listen to what Mr. Griffin had to say yesterday.
Right? The United States was more than just a nation. It's a brand. It's a universal brand, whether it's our culture, our financial strength, our military strength. America rose beyond just being a country. It was like an aspiration for most of the world. And we're eroding that brand right now.
Do comments like that bother President Trump, do you think? Because that's not some left-wing freak. That's, as he might say, that's a supporter. That's a big MAGA guy.
Yeah, I do think it moves the needle. I think Jamie Dimon, we saw, he went on Fox Business and Donald Trump announced that he was going to pull back some of the tariffs. And something that I do think actually may influence him is there's been a lot of polls around this, but Fox News released a poll that showed his support on the economy is down to 38%. That's more than a 10-point drop on an issue the American public trusted him more on and elected him on. So I think when he sees his own allies and he sees a favorable news outlet reporting these numbers, he can't ignore it and shake it. So I think the next step is he's got to decide what the policy is actually going to be and then get out and explain to the American public and the world that's watching what he's going to do and how it's supposed to work.
The president seems to treat geopolitics and global trade negotiations kind of the same way. And some people say, like, almost as if you would sell a condo. Like the idea of here's our brand and it's the best in the world. This is our, you know what I mean? Like he's selling a product. Now, it's worked for him politically to get elected twice. Is that the same tactic he tries behind closed doors?
It is. I think he sees most things as a negotiation, and he sees, he looks for leverage and he uses it when he thinks that he has it. But I think what Ken Griffin said so wisely, and I hope resonates with advisors in the White House, is the brand of America is bigger than any one president, than any one industry, than any one, trade deficit we may have with a country. It's this aspiration. And I think that's what's kind of been missing from the policy rollout as we've seen them. Listen, this president, I would hope that there's advisors around him who are reminding him, whether it's geopolitics, whether it's the war in Ukraine or sweeping tariffs, doing things quickly and over social media is often not the best way to do it. It's often going to lead to a worse result. There's a reason many of us tried to keep him from tweeting at times when we could, but I don't anticipate that's going to end anytime.
The truth is, you seem crazy until it's done. All right? It seems absolutely crazy until it's done. When he does strike a deal with China, then everybody's going to be like, well, you think China is just going to throw in the towel and say, okay, we're going to stop screwing the United States? No. They want to keep screwing the United States. So they're going to fight like their lives depend on it. It depends on the leadership of the United States to fight back and say, you know what? We're never going to back down as well. So you better meet us in the middle or something. We got to make a deal, because the fact is China and the United States, these countries are the big sharks. Okay. The United States happens to be the largest whale under the ocean, in my opinion. But China is not like some small crocodile. Like, they're huge. So you cannot just play around and think they're just gonna, they're gonna fight till the end. That's what they're trying to do. So Trump has to fight till the end as well if he's trying to make a deal. If he's trying to make a deal, you would have to be able to, absorb. You're gonna be able to absorb. You got to absorb some of the pain, because this is negotiation, ladies and gentlemen. Sometimes it's painful, okay? And anybody who says, well, why do I have to pay? Why do I have to pay higher prices? Well, you don't want China making your medications, do you? He's trying to bring back manufacturing. That's what the tariff is all about. Because you cannot outsource every single thing that you need to survive in a country. Your pharmaceuticals, China, Ireland, like, So you can't live life without those countries. That's what Trump is trying to stop. And also, he wants fair trade deals. Fair trade deals. Like, China has every product that you buy expensively, they have it on a loaf. The same design, might be different quality, of course, but they have the same design, the same everything. They have the same replicas, and they sell it. And there's no infringement or whatever of rights because this is China. So he's trying to. That's not a fair trade deal. He's trying to stop all of this stuff too. So it's gonna take time. It's gonna take time. It's never gonna be easy, but we just gotta.
China insinuating today that President Trump is lying. Just this moment, a spokesperson for China's foreign ministry saying that as far as he knows, China and the United States have not held any consultations or meetings or negotiations on tariffs. And the idea that China and the U.S. have been engaged in talks, which President Trump has been asserting, is, quote, fake news. But President Trump repeated his claim. Here's what he said when asked about it this morning.
Clarify with whom the U.S. is speaking with China. They're saying it's fake news that trade talks are happening.
Well, they had a meeting this morning, so I can't tell you. It doesn't matter who they is. We may reveal it later, but they had meetings this morning, and we've been meeting with China. And so I think you have, Jeff, as usual, I think you have your reporting wrong.
We should note that the communist Chinese government has a long history of lying. Although, anyway, while the president continues to assert that negotiations are very active with China, it appears the U.S. is no closer to striking any sort of trade deal. What may be even more telling is that U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said yesterday that it could take 2 to 3 years to fully rebalance trade with China, which they say is the goal, or at least one of the goals of this tariff situation. Let's start our coverage today with CNN's Caitlin Collins at the White House. And Caitlin, first of all Jeff was doing there was quoting what the Chinese were saying, and he was quoting them accurately. What is the Trump administration telling you about this back and forth between China and President Trump?
Yeah, Jake, that wasn't some anonymously sourced report. It was the Foreign Ministry spokesperson and the Commerce Ministry. We're hearing from them on the record in this regard. Now, maybe there's some nuance here in who is doing the negotiating, because the president was saying that the teams were meeting today, the U.S. teams and Chinese officials. He declined to say which members of the team were going into that. He said maybe he would reveal that later, but did not ultimately say. And essentially what Chinese officials had been saying in response to the president saying that there were active negotiations happening every day is that that's not how they would describe it. No active negotiations, much less anywhere close to an agreement between the United States and China. And so that's really the question here in terms of what this looks like and whether they're actually making any real progress. We've seen Wall Street looking at the president's comments. Anytime he strikes even a little bit of a softer tone on China, the numbers go up. But there's a real question of what that looks like. And we're starting to see people warning about it. The longer this goes on, the more damaging it could potentially be. We saw that from Republican senators. We saw it from people like Ken Griffin, the billionaire, who is one of the Republican Party's biggest donors, if not the biggest donor. And so that's really the question here, is this seems to be getting to a situation where it's the United States and China seeing who is going to blink first. One thing that has been made clear at the White House is they would at least like them to blink at the same time. But obviously, Jake, that's still an open question at this point.
You aware, Caitlin, of any trade deals that the White House has unquestionably made progress on?
The only thing that we heard today that stood out was the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent saying inside the Oval Office that he believes South Korea is actually moving a lot faster than he expected. As he described it, he said South Korean officials brought their A game to the negotiations, and he expects them to have a memorandum of understanding. Now, of course, Jake, getting to that point and having a top line is nowhere near the same thing as having an actual trade deal, which is incredibly complicated and layered, hammered out. And so that's a key area to watch. He seemed very hopeful and optimistic about that. But it is certainly something to watch, especially as the president put the number at 90 countries yesterday that the Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick is speaking to. Lutnick himself saying that number as well. Obviously, that's a lot to do in 90 days, Jake, with the clock already counting.
With me now to discuss is Joe Moglia. He's the former CEO and chairman of TD Ameritrade. Joe, thanks so much for joining us. So turning back to the conversation we were having with Caitlin.
Jake.
Thank you so much. Turning back to the conversation we were having with Caitlin Collins about this back and forth about China and the U.S. and whether or not the trade negotiations are happening. So China's denying it. President Trump is saying it's true. How does this back and forth affect the market at all?
I think if you look at what took place today, Jake, the markets were up. So it looks like the market, I think, excuse me, is used to hearing China lie about things, and they're used to hearing the president exaggerate about things. So whatever took place today, the markets responded very, very positively. Now, from a longer term perspective, if the tariffs are going to continue for a long period of time, the probability of a recession becomes very, very real.
I want to play something that Citadel CEO and Donald Trump mega donor Ken Griffin said yesterday. Keep in mind, this is a quote from somebody who is a huge supporter of President Trump. Roll the tape.
Yes.
Right. The United States was more than just a nation. It's a brand. It's a universal brand, whether it's our culture, our financial strength, our military strength. America rose beyond just being a country. It was like an aspiration for most of the world. And we're eroding that brand right now.
Bree, do you think President Trump is damaging the brand of the U.S. and the U.S. economy?
No.
And do you think that's signaling to the world that the U.S. is no longer a safe place to park investments, as we've seen with the bond market going down?
I think I have a lot of respect for Ken. I think there's certainly some validity into that. I think that my perspective on this is that the president is a narcissist, and he wants to look good, and he wants to win. And I think he brags about being a great deal maker. And he looks at the stock market as, going back to 2016, as a very real indication of what his success has been. So that type of personality, I think there's a pretty good chance that he's using the tariffs as a negotiating ploy to be able to bring people to the table. And if he gets anything out of that, he will be able to claim a series of wins. If indeed he's able to do that, I think he backs off, and I think we're okay. If he's not able to do that, there's going to be an issue. I don't know if our brand is suffering, although I do think a lot of other countries are annoyed at us because of the president and because of the tariffs.
So we've been talking to small business men and women all over the country since this tariff thing started, just to hear what they think. Some of them love Trump, some of them not so much. Some of them love the tariffs, some of them not so much. One thing that they all say is they're concerned about stability and the need for stability and predictability in the markets so that they can do long-range and long-term planning. Do you share those concerns?
Yeah, I do. I mean, we don't have that now, but kind of the point I was making a little while ago, I think there are a lot of reasons to be bullish, but it's long-term. You've got a great impact with regard to AI. You've got deregulation. You've got lower taxes. You've got an accommodative Fed. You've got a business-oriented administration. But so therefore, if indeed my perspective on this is accurate and he's using these for negotiating ploys, then we could get this behind us over the span of the next 6, 12, 14, 16 weeks. If we do that, I think we're okay. If we don't do that, we're going to have a far more significant issue. But if we don't get it fixed, there's going to be a problem. So I believe we're going to get this fixed.
Yeah, I guess the only concern is, having listened to President Trump quite a bit, it's my job. He seems to really believe in tariffs, not just as a short-term negotiating tool, but as a long-term economic strategy. He looks at the McKinley era as successful, not because of the Industrial Revolution and not because of mass migration and no regulations, no minimum wage, no OSHA standards, et cetera. He looks at that era as successful because of the tariffs. If that is his view, and the tariffs are here to stay as long as he's president, what do you think then?
Then I think we're going to have a recession. I think if that's specifically his view, but the reason why I mentioned in the beginning of the segment, is that the guy's a narcissist and he wants to look good. And it wasn't an accident that a week ago, when everything, when the S&P was below 5,000, and we had the 10-year note, really, really significantly higher. You have Jamie Dimon complaining about what's going on. You have a couple of his friends come to the White House that were serious business leaders to kind of say, be careful here. He changed his mind. He changed his view on a lot of things, and we had a significant reaction the other way. I don't think he's going to allow himself for too long a period to look bad. And because of his personality, I think that there's a reason. There are good reasons for that to work out that way.
He just said Trump is a good businessman. He just said because of the business-oriented administration that we have now. So meaning, okay, he admits that Trump is actually good when it comes to business negotiations and deals. So he hid it in personality because of his personality. So because of his personality, he's usually like 95% right every time. Oh, okay. I see. Update.
Today, Special Envoy Steve Witkoff is meeting with Vladimir Putin again in Moscow. This follows Russia's attacks in Kyiv. They were just abhorrent yesterday, leaving at least 12 innocent people dead, with President Trump pushing for an end to the war.
I have no allegiance to anybody. I have allegiance to saving lives, and I want to save a lot of lives. A lot of young people, mostly young people. It's the war. It's the soldiers. And if we can do that, also, as you know, I got started because the money that's been spent on this war is insane. It's a killing field. 5,000 soldiers a week on average. And we want to stop that.
So Fox News senior strategic analyst General Jack Keane, the president always makes that clear. It's his objective to stop the killing. Are they en route to stopping the killing?
It doesn't appear so, based on where we are, for a couple of reasons. One, Zelensky and his team accepted a 30-day ceasefire and, removed the condition. He wanted some kind of security guarantees to be able to do that. Russia was offered the same thing, and they have rejected it. And not only that, they have continued to focus on killing civilians, targeting civilians, because they want to break the will of the Ukrainian people and put pressure on Zelensky and also on our administration to make more concessions. That's what's going on. I mean, this is full throttle on the part of Putin. He is the problem here. He has been the problem from the beginning because he obviously invaded a country illegally. And he committed genocide. He's a thug and he's a killer and he's a war criminal. And he certainly only wants to go to that negotiating table and probably make a deal unless he's able to get concessions that make Ukraine very vulnerable to a future attack, because he has not given up one iota. Our intelligence services publicly have released information that demonstrates the fact that Russia fully intends to take control of Ukraine and then also other countries in Eastern Europe. That's his objective, and we have to keep that in mind when we're dealing with him.
General, you just told me something in the break I did not think was possible. The Ukrainians want to write a check to buy Patriot missiles, a defense battery, and we said no?
Yeah, we did. I'm not sure the reason why, but it opens up the door for an avenue that we really need to take advantage of. The State Department has a program called foreign military financing. That is direct loans where you can get military equipment, you pay back the loan at interest. So the government makes money here. Poland is buying tanks, helicopters, air defense system, HIMARS, etc. Over $10 billion worth of stuff. The Ukrainians can do the same because now they have collateral in the rare mineral development and other things in the country. And also they obviously have some money because people have been giving them money. And that's what they wanted to do with the Patriot systems. We can take the American taxpayer out of this and fund Ukraine's military buildup rather significantly. Look at, if Putin is going to reject, which I think he's going to do, the deal, what then do we do? One, crippling sanctions would be option one. And two, upgun Ukraine. Upgun Ukraine to bring Putin to the negotiating table, not so Ukraine can continue to fight, but Putin pays attention to that military equation and who has an advantage there more than anything else, actually more than sanctions.
I just hope the president knows.
These are levers that we can use these levers.
I hope the president knows that this happens. Sometimes it happens beneath his level because this is defense. Who would not want to block a rocket from going into a city? Lavrov told Face the Nation that he says the President of the United States and I think rightly so that we are moving in the right direction and they are heading towards peace. They are ready to reach a deal. Do you believe the foreign minister of Russia?
Thank you for tuning into the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. It is currently 4:20 p.m. And of course, today's date is the 25th of April, 2025. Trump OG just posted today. He says, well, right now, about 60 seconds ago, he says, big news coming out of Africa, where I am also involved in settling violent wars and conflicts. I don't know why so many of these events have fallen to me and my administration, but they have, and we have done an unprecedented job in getting them settled or putting them in a position for peace. Stay tuned. And it's true, like during his first term, there was no turmoil like this. No turmoil like this. Now, he's here now settling wars that started during Joe Biden. I'm not trying to go back to Joe Biden or whatnot. I'm just saying, like, we could have just been smooth sailing right now. But of course, here we are.
Russia, just real quick, because I want to get to Iran too.
No, he lies through his teeth. He's been lying for 25 years, just like the guy he works for. This is all the Russians' narrative, their playbook, their propaganda. Where's the evidence of that to date? They walked away from what was reasonable. The president offered them a 30-day ceasefire, not 6 months, not a year, not permanent, 30 days. Zelensky says yes, Russians say no. That's where they really are.
By going this far, the president took political risk in giving Vladimir Putin a chance at peace. He better not embarrass the president, in my view, because he'll feel the backlash. He already got rebuked yesterday. So now tomorrow, third straight week of nuke talks with Iran. They named Michael Anton, senior State Department official, to lead the technical team on Iran's nuclear negotiations. How do you feel about where we're at right now? What do your sources tell you? What kind of progress is being made?
Well, we'll have to see. I mean, we know a couple of things. One, Iran's not going to dismantle the program as we asked them to do, by a date certain with inspections and verification. Obviously, that's not happening. That's the same thing that Obama did, by the way. When they began negotiations in 2013, they told Iran to dismantle your program, give up enrichment, give up the centrifuges, give up your ballistic missiles. They balked, and then we accepted civil nuclear power enrichment. They kept their centrifuges and they kept their ballistic missiles. They eventually got real close to a nuclear weapon, as we all know, which is the concern we have today. The Iranians are masters at working these negotiations to their favor. So we have to keep an eye on this. Certainly, the administration wants a nuclear program that cannot even come close to weaponization. Mm-hmm. But even if you take away all the enrichment and leave the centrifuges and the ballistic missiles, they can get enriched uranium from many countries. We get it from 4 or 5 different countries, to include Russia. China, Russia, and North Korea all have enriched uranium. Why? Because they all have nuclear weapons, and they're their closest allies. So clandestinely, they can still get enriched uranium, and they keep the centrifuges to spin that and get it to a weaponization grade, and they keep the ballistic missiles so they can deliver it. That's what we have to be very careful of going forward here.
It got to be Americans on the ground watching the dismantling of that program in the way Libya did and South Africa did and Ukraine did. And that's just the beginning. I'm not sure the Israelis are going to sit on the side if they think it's a bad deal. General Jack Keane, there's so much going on. The Institute of Study of War helps unwind it on a daily basis, and you're chairman of that. Thanks so much, General. Have a great weekend. So, NATO chief Mark Rutte meeting with Secretaries Pete Hegseth, Marco Rubio in Washington, and Mike Waltz, by the way, as U.S. plans to pull back on funding for the alliance. It's why NATO leaders are pushing member nations to pay their fair share, while larger countries like Canada and Spain are contributing under 2% of their GDP. You see these numbers right in front of you. Poland's off the charts. NATO Secretary Rutte joins us right now. Mr. Secretary, great to see you.
Good to be back on the program, Brian.
So it looks like we are going to put another $1 trillion into our defense budget. So we're not going to be the problem when it comes to NATO. But do you think that going to 3% and above is going to be possible for a lot of these struggling economies?
Yes, they have to make it possible. They have to do it, and they know they have to do it. And not only because President Trump says it's fair to equalize spending with the United States. That's one reason to do it, but also because there is the ongoing threat of the Russians. They are rapidly rearming themselves, so we know that if we want to achieve all the targets we need to achieve, that on the European side of NATO, the Canadian side of NATO, we have to move upwards from 3%. I'm pretty confident we can get there, and that the summit in The Hague will be a great success for President Trump to project American power at the world stage, but also for the alliance as a whole.
Sergei Lavrov yesterday said the Russians don't aim at civilian targets. Yet the cover of the New York Post today and the video that we have shows they're aiming at civilian targets with a woman sitting there all bloody. What do you say to that blatant lie?
It's terrible. What happened yesterday is a sign of weakness by the Russians, that they are not winning this. You are not going to put missiles, send missiles to residential areas outside Kiev. I was visiting the beautiful city of Odessa together with President Zelensky 2 weeks ago. That city is also under constant Russian fire. If you're winning a war, you are not going to do that. It is a sign of weakness. It is terrible. There are 12 people dead in Kiev. Innocent people just living and going about their lives of every day, small children being hurt. We have seen all the footage. It really it cries your heart out when you see it.
So yesterday, Ukraine President Vladimir Zelensky claimed Thursday that President Trump blindsided Kyiv's negotiators in London by switching out an initial appropriate strategy for a ceasefire with an unacceptable demand that we recognize that Russia owns Crimea, essentially. Did we blindside Kyiv?
No, but let me first of all say that it is thanks to President Trump that the deadlock is broken. It is the US, it is President Trump who is taking this leadership role, and it is only the US and President Trump who can do that, together, of course, with Secretaries Hegseth and Rubio, and with National Security Advisor Waltz being closely working with him to get this done. So that is important. But when it comes to this particular question, I'm not going to give a running commentary on every stage of the negotiations. But of course, there is a difference between acknowledging that parts of a country are occupied or saying legally that they are now part of a different country. Take the Baltics, Latvia, Estonia and Lithuania in 1950. The US and the world never accepted as a judicial fact, as a legal fact, that this was part of the Soviet Union. But we did acknowledge that Soviet Union was controlling. And history proved us right. In 1991, these three proud countries became independent again. So there is a difference, generally speaking, between legally saying it is part of another country or just acknowledging the fact that somebody has occupied that territory.
We want the fighting to stop. The world, everybody wants the fighting to stop. Russia started it, or else there'd be no war. Having said that, every 2 years, Russia will just take a different portion of Eastern Europe back. Georgia infiltrated Moldova, a vassal state of Belarus. The Baltic states are nervous. And of course, they've taken huge swaths, 19% of Ukraine. How far along are you in getting international troops into Ukraine after a ceasefire? And what would those countries be?
Well, let me be absolutely clear, and this is also what President Trump said before, what Secretary Hegseth said before, that is that when it comes to a deal on Ukraine, it has to be durable, it has to be lasting. That means that Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin, the president of Russia, should never ever to try to catch another square mile of Ukraine, let alone try to catch a square mile of NATO territory in the future. And that means that he has to understand that when he would try to do that, the reaction will be devastating. That brings you to the question how to organize that. What will security guarantees look like? This is all part of the ongoing negotiations. We know that the French and the Brits are very helpful in putting together the ideas and the people to make that happen. And let's hope that we get to that moment soon. I must say, I'm rather optimistic at the moment about President Trump's efforts. I think we could get there, thanks to his leadership.
Yeah, I like our side. I just don't trust their side. Mr. Secretary, thanks so much. Always appreciate the
Thank you so
time you
much.
give us.
Yes. It says here underneath, it says Trump says bad things will happen if no peace deal is made. Bad things will happen if no peace deal is made. And everybody's saying here that Vladimir Putin is on full throttle right here. He ain't playing around. But people forget that people like Vladimir Putin, right? He's trying to force Trump to conform to his own whatever decision he's trying to make, which is take Ukraine, or at least take as much as he can when the deal is signed. Trump, on the other hand, is trying to make sure the United States gets something for protecting Ukraine. But as well, he doesn't want people to keep dying. But this could escalate really fast or de-escalate really slowly. This is how it's going to go. Either it de-escalates really slowly or it just goes bonkers really fast. I'm saying like tomorrow morning type of fast. I'm telling y'all, man. This we should all be optimistic for a deal, because if a deal isn't made, I mean, what do you think is going to happen?
Here now with analysis, Fox News contributor and former House Speaker Newt Gingrich. Speaker, thank you so much for joining us. A lot to get to. I mean, what the president has accomplished in 100 days is, I mean, it's remarkable, his energy. We talk about that a lot, but it can't be stated enough. But overseas, Iran is a major threat to world safety and security. Yet the price of oil is coming down. The president's taking on the Houthis. With Israel, they've been taking out the other threats, the other proxies in the Middle East. Where do you think this is going? Because Donald Trump has saved the world, quite frankly, by doing more in the Middle East over the last 100 days than we've done in a long time.
Well, look, I think it's been kind of amazing. If you take the whole 100 days, remember, just before he became president again, we had people pouring over the southern border. Within 10 days, that entire thing had basically been stopped in its tracks. In fact, it's such a great success, it's now not a front page story because people have said, okay, check that one off. He is methodically replacing the criminals, as you point out, and getting them out of the country. He gave Israel the go-ahead to finish the job against Hamas, something which Biden had consistently denied them the ability to do. He has really taken a much more aggressive act against the Houthis. And part of that, I think, is to send a signal to Iran that we have not moved our heavy bombers into the Indian Ocean just for standing by. And I think the president, although he says it very softly, he's trying to make very clear, either the Iranians are going to give up their nuclear program or we are going to destroy their nuclear program. Obviously, the president very much prefers not to have to use force. He's trying to explain it directly. In the case of Ukraine, I think what's fascinating is, this is just my view, but I believe that Putin has totally misunderstood Donald Trump being patient. And I thought today, when Trump snapped at Putin for having bombed Kiev yesterday, you saw the really beginning of a turn. For a long time, the Trump administration focused on getting Ukraine in line. Now they're starting to discover that actually doesn't matter what Ukraine says. Putin wants to continue the war. Putin lies every day. And we'll see what his conversation's like with Steve Witkoff when he's in Moscow. But frankly, I'm not very optimistic because I think Putin does not yet believe that we will actually get involved in helping the Ukrainians. And he believes he can talk and fight, and that we'll be dumb enough to let him do it. I thought today's statement by the president was a clear sign that that may be a major mistake by Vladimir Putin.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think when Donald Trump speaks, his words actually matter because he actually follows through and does what he says he's going to do. And so going back to Iran, this is where I think the Iranians are getting the message, at least I hope they do, because it's not against the Iranian people, but the Iranian government has to understand that the president is going to make the United States energy independent. And when they drive down the cost of oil, guess what? They don't make as much money. They don't have the revenue, nor does Russia. And so when the president talks about drill, baby, drill, that is not just to help Americans, it's to help the world's safety, but it's also to get rid of the biggest threats that the world has against, using their nuclear bombs, whether they be Russia or Iran.
Well, and as you note, the president now is going to be visiting Saudi Arabia, and I think that that's a clear indication. He and the Saudis are lockstep on this. The Saudis want to stop the Iranian nuclear program in its tracks. The Saudis see their future in alliance with the U.S. and, frankly, in recognition of Israel and working together with the Israelis. And I think you'll see an expansion of the Abraham Accords, which was one of the great achievements of Trump's first term. So in a lot of ways overseas, he is making progress. And we shouldn't underestimate, just because the news coverage is often so biased, there are things happening here at home that are amazing. If you were to look at the total number of investments that are being made here, it's astonishing. As you know, my wife Calista has been nominated to be the ambassador to Switzerland, and she's been studying in preparation for going to the Senate. And she pointed out to me yesterday there are two major Swiss pharmaceutical companies that between them have announced $90 billion in investments in new factories in the U.S. Wow. That's just two companies. I think there are a dozen or more auto companies that have announced it. We're seeing the leading chip maker in the world has announced a huge investment. I think probably there are $7 or $8 trillion already committed to build things in America, and I think you're going to see a lot more in the next 6 months. And that's the kind of thing that people are going to, a year from now, people are going to be talking about the Trump boom as opposed to the nervousness that we're getting out of all the speculators right now.
Yeah, they have a hard time seeing, 2 days in front of themselves. But I think you're right. By the time we turn the corner into the fall and into the winter, all of that good hard work is going to be paying off, and it will help Americans across the board. Speaker Newt Gingrich, thank you so much for joining us on Hannity tonight. Do appreciate it.
It's definitely going to take time to get to the promised land. It's never going to happen in 95 days. Because that's how long President Donald J. Trump has been the president of the United States. It's going to take time, ladies and gentlemen.
It's been harder about and more prescient, I must say, about Donald Trump than me. I don't need to be lectured on who Donald Trump is. Just to use the Hitler thing, first of all, I just think it's kind of insulting to 6 million dead Jews, who, like, that should kind of be in its own place in history. And, I know people can say, well, we're just comparing it in this way. Well, it's an argument you kind of lost just to start it.
Shout out to Bill, man.
That's what you said a couple days ago, Dan.
Exactly.
That just using the comparison, you lose people.
For real?
Batya, I want your take on how that comes across to you, as you are Jewish, and a Trump supporter at that. But what's your take?
And a person who half my family was murdered by the actual Hitler. In addition to it being deeply offensive to Jews, to call Trump Hitler is to call over 80 million Americans, 35% of Jewish Americans, 56% of Hispanic men, and the majority of Americans who make under $100,000 a year, Nazis, because those are the people who gave Donald Trump his victory. And I just have a pro tip for any Democrats who are thinking about winning back the working class, those people who make under $100,000 a year, who a majority of whom voted for Trump. You should have a visceral disgust for someone like Larry David, who's worth $400 million, sitting there and sneering and smearing the hardest working Americans for refusing to co-sign their own disinheritance. That's effectively what they are doing when these millionaires come out here and call Trump Hitler. They are calling working class Americans Nazis because they chose the person they thought would give their children back the future they were promised by this country. And it just has to stop. And you know what? Honestly, I don't care if the Democrats get this or don't, but they should get this, because this is a big part of why they have lost, because they have these rich people. He is so wealthy. I mean,
they're all wealthy.
Donald Trump is a billionaire, and
wealthy.
Pardon the Camp Auschwitz guy. He had Nick Fuentes and Kanye West over for Thanksgiving dinner. He's not exactly Nazi averse.
He's also the father-in-law and grandfather of Jewish children. Come on, Trump has done more for Jewish people. I'm Sicilian who grew up with Jewish people around me. He is fantastic.
He's got a long record of it.
You know what? Actions speak louder than words. He may have said some stupid stuff in the past. What he's been doing, cracking down on Harvard with their anti-Semitic policies.
That is a lie. It's not you know it's not about anti-Semitism.
Look at how Harvard has treated Alan Dershowitz, who was there for 50 years.
Alan Dershowitz has punched his own ticket, my friend. If Donald Trump wants to root out anti-Semitism, he can go over to the Nazi chat room that Twitter has turned into. The fact is, Hitler did a lot of awful things that were unrelated to the Shoah, and it is not unfair or inappropriate to compare the policies of this government to the policies of the right. If they measure up. No, it's not. Hitler banned abortion. Hitler persecuted LGBTQ. Hitler hated it.
I agree with Dan and Boccia. Hitler goes in his own little category.
I wish Hitler was more like Trump.
Arthur and John, just give me 1 second, because I want to take what you're saying, because this is an important point, I think, that gets lost in all of the yelling, to be frank.
I'm sorry for yelling.
There was a lot of Hitler talk by Democrats in the campaign. Trump is going to be, Trump is going to do, Trump is going to, right? But I think what they're saying now, Democrats, is a little bit different. Listen to Larry Tribe saying not what Trump has promised to do, but what Trump is doing or has done has historical parallels.
Nice little university you have there. Be a shame if something happened to it. That's what Hitler basically said, although it sounds different in the original German, when he said it to the university at Frankfurt and then took them over. That's what Orban has done in Hungary. That's what Erdogan has done in Turkey. It's a standard technique.
The comparisons to Hitler are a loser for the left. I mean,
I agree, but I'm not saying they're not fair.
Well, again, you may think they're fair. The problem is
policies. Yes,
I get it, but
it's only just threatened universities, I would have met my great grandparents. Like, come on.
It's very hard to draw that line to say, well, I'm really just talking about some of the things that Hitler did.
Authoritarianism has patterns.
I got it, but there are other authoritarians to compare him to.
Great, let's compare to Mussolini. I'd love to do that.
But again, you won't get into much trouble as you
I
will
agree
with
you.
Hitler.
I agree. It's a third rail.
Right. It's a third rail for a reason.
Yes.
Because Hitler was uniquely bad.
Yes.
He was uniquely evil.
And I think
right?
and really, I think we should take seriously what Boccia's point is about the true, pure evil of mass murder.
Right.
That Hitler engaged in, which you can talk about a lot of other authoritarians and authoritarian behavior, and it's not that still. Correct. Right? So I guess her question is fair. Why not just compare him to other authoritarians?
I agree. I do it all the time. I'm just saying, and there's nothing that this administration has done in either term that compares to what Hitler did to the Jews of Europe. But nothing compares to it. But there are other really crappy things Hitler did that are not unfair to bring up.
But it doesn't mean that you can't say, for example, when Hitler was leading up to Czechoslovakia, right, and how he went about convincing Chamberlain.
That's why we compare Putin to Hitler.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying, you can talk about historically specific things Hitler did that were comparable to other. But what you can't do is make broad comparisons. But that's what Larry David was doing. Larry David is saying, when you're sitting down with this guy, and he didn't say it's like sitting down with Hitler, but that was the point of the piece, right? Which was in effect, it has the same impact. And that's where you get into trouble. I think you can draw a line and say there's specific historical things you can talk about, but when you make the big picture comparison, that's when you get into some real trouble.
Shame on the New York Times for printing it. How about that? They shouldn't
all right.
Do you know how many letters to the editor they get all the time? They don't print.
I don't want
That was one
to
that didn't need to be
not to defend the New York Times. I mean, they did write a whole explanation about why they did it. They said callbacks to history can be offensive, imprecise, or in terrible taste, which some people might argue this is, when you are leveraging genocidal dictators to make a point. But Larry's piece is not equating Trump with Hitler. It is about seeing someone for who they really are and not losing sight of that.
Not since the New York Times published an op-ed from Tom Cotton has there been this much controversy at the New York Times.
So I'll just say I think these are really important conversations, and I think we should be always talking about all of the history, because this is how we learn, this is how we grow, and it breaks my heart that we have a president who actually wants to erase a big part of what is my history as an African-American woman, as a mother who benefited, who is a white woman who benefited from affirmative action. Again, if we're going to have these tough conversations, let's have all of them. We're not going to say we're going to have this one and not that one. And you get to be at the table and you don't.
I should also point out that, yes, Larry David did not directly compare Bill Maher to Hitler, but J.D. Vance did.
Donald Trump.
I'm sorry, did not compare Donald Trump to Hitler. Yes, sorry, Bill. I love both of these guys, so I'm trying to walk it carefully. But J.D. Vance did. So let's not lose sight of it.
J.D. Vance did, in fact, do that, yes, in his past life.
In his past life. Look, ladies and gentlemen, this, folks, I don't know who to support, China or the United States.
Today, we are learning some new details following reports of Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth sharing some detailed military plans in a second Signal group chat that included his wife, a lawyer, and his brother. Multiple sources telling CNN Hegseth revealed strike plans against Houthi targets in Yemen, similar to what was shared in that other group chat, which came to light after the editor of The Atlantic was mistakenly added to it. We've also learned that Hegseth directly addressed the matter with President Trump during a phone call last night. Earlier today, the president defended Hegseth.
He's doing a great job. It's just fake news. They just bring up stories. I guess it sounds like disgruntled employees. You know, he was put there to get rid of a lot of bad people, and that's what he's doing. So you don't always have friends when you do that.
The revelation of a second Signal chat emerging as some of Hegseth's closest advisors, several of whom were fired last week, are warning that the Pentagon has become dysfunctional under Hegseth's leadership. Both Hegseth and White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt railed against those accusations.
This is what the media does. They take anonymous sources from disgruntled former employees, and then they try to slash and burn people and ruin their reputations.
The president stands strongly behind Secretary Hegseth, who is doing a phenomenal job leading the Pentagon. And this is what happens when the entire Pentagon is working against you and working against the monumental change that you are trying to implement.
With us now to talk more about this is John Bolton. He served as National Security Advisor during President Trump's first term. How bad do you think this is, I wonder, having his wife, his brother, his lawyer included on what sources describe as military plans of these Houthi strikes, similar to what came to light during that first Signal chat scandal?
Well, I think after people got over the disbelief at the first Signal chat group, it's no surprise there are others. What makes this one worse and different is that it's kind of a friends and family Signal chat group, none of whom have any need to know what's been conveyed about potential strikes in Yemen before they actually happen. I mean, it speaks to a lack of judgment on Hegseth's part. And when you look at the controversy over the people recently being fired, by the way, all of whom are people he hired within the past 90 days, it really gives the picture of a Secretary of Defense who's a lightweight, a dilettante. And that's not the kind of person you want as a Secretary of Defense under any circumstances, but particularly not in the challenging environment we find ourselves in today.
Let's talk about some of those top aides who are gone. I think some of whom, were it not for Hegseth or someone like Hegseth being in the position he's in, would not have had the positions they had at the Pentagon. But Senior Advisor Dan Caldwell, Deputy Chief of Staff Darren Selnick, Chief of Staff to the Deputy Secretary of Defense Colin Carroll. What's the effect of departures at a high level like that?
Well, as I say, I think he was responsible for hiring all of them. I mean, I think he had connections with them. He also lost his own chief of staff, who is either being fired or moved somewhere else in the Defense Department. I think what it says to the rest of that very big building and its partners around the world that they're just not serious in the Secretary of Defense's office. They don't have their act together managing a very small group of people. How's somebody like that ever going to lead the entire Pentagon? It's what you get when you don't really care about qualifications for jobs like that, when you're not picking people who are experienced, when your major qualification is personal fealty to Donald Trump. That's what he's got in Hegseth. That's why he's sticking with him. But it's not what you need to do the job.
His chief of staff resigning from his position. We're waiting to see if he lands somewhere else at the Pentagon. But in a Politico op-ed, John Oliot, the former chief Pentagon spokesman who resigned last week, said that his function is now a major distraction and that it's hard to see how Hegseth remains in his role for much longer. Do you think that Hegseth should step down?
Well, by the way, Oliot is the fifth person in his inner circle who's now resigned. I think Hegseth should resign. I don't think he's going to. He may leave at some point because I think he's used up his bank account with Donald Trump. Trump doesn't want to have to waste his resources defending his people, and that's now what he's doing on Hegseth. But I think Trump is bound and determined not to show weakness, which is what he's worried he would do if he fires Hegseth or anybody else. So I think Hegseth has a shelf life of undetermined length, but it's not going to be much longer, would be my guess. 3 months, 4 months, something like that, likely.
You hear the talking point. We just heard it from Hegseth, Leavitt, and Trump himself, which is that they're blaming people who are just upset that he's trying to implement institutional change. What do you think of that argument?
Well, again, these five people are all people he brought in and who have said they're in favor of the change that he's trying to make. They just don't think he's qualified to do it. I think it's a very weak response when Hegseth can't even manage and hold together the people he himself is responsible for hiring. It's sort of like the same problem his boss seems to have.
John Bolton, always great to have you. Thanks so much for being with us.
Glad to be with you.
Joining us now, Democratic Senator Mark Warner of Virginia. He's the vice chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee. Senator, thanks so much for joining us. What's your response to that defiant display from Secretary Hegseth?
This is a guy that's in so far over his head that he didn't say anything there about denying that he did this gross, sloppy misuse of classified information, sharing now with his family members. We heard about the misuse earlier when this information was shared with other senior members of the administration. It is way past time that Hegseth should either quit or be fired. And I think the question is going to be, well, will my Republican Senate friends, who I know care about our national security, how many more examples of chaos at the Pentagon before they will find their voice and be willing to step up and speak out on the fact that this guy should no longer be Secretary of Defense?
You know the intelligence community, you know intelligence. How serious, Senator, was this breach compared to other cases of highly classified information being mishandled?
Well, let me give you the best example. I was down a couple of weeks ago down in Virginia Beach. I had a big town hall. Many of the people at the town hall knew people that were on the Truman, which is the aircraft carrier that launched these attacks, or the planes that were launched from the aircraft carrier against the Houthis. They knew members on the Truman. They were outraged because they knew if that information had got out, their loved ones could have been, frankly, put in harm's way in an awful, awful way. So this is such an obvious case of sloppiness, carelessness, not respect for classified information. And this is what is happening, I fear, all across the IC, is this group of individuals come in, try to politicize our intelligence, and frankly, in many cases, have put leadership in place that's incompetent.
Is it that serious, you think, Senator, that Hegseth potentially should be charged with some sort of crime for violating top national security secrets?
I'll leave that for lawyers to make that determination. I know on the common sense judgment criteria, if you're putting out attack plans while our planes are in the sky and you're sharing that, not it's bad enough that you're sharing it on that chat with the national security advisor and the vice president, but the idea that you are sharing that information with family members who have no basis for having exposure to any of that kind of information, no matter what the secretary says, his comments just don't pass the smell test.
I don't think any of those people on that group chat, that second group chat, had top secret security clearances and were qualified to hear that kind of sensitive information about war plans that were still underway. During President Trump's first term, as you probably remember, he was often quick to remove officials he lost confidence in. But right now, the White House says the president stands firmly behind Secretary Hegseth. What does that say to you?
Well, it says to me that this is a president without any boundaries and without any other adults in the room that say, this is, not about the president's feeling at a moment, but it is about the men and women who protect our country in the Defense Department, in the armed services, who I can pretty much assure you don't have much confidence. You saw some of the folks who left this weekend or are fired, saying that there's total chaos at the department, and that creeps through if our men and women in uniform start to lose confidence in their leadership. And I'm afraid that is happening real time.
I think it's significant, Senator, that even Secretary Hegseth's closest advisors are sounding the alarm about his judgment and the turmoil inside the Pentagon right now, and it is severe. How do you think America's adversaries are reading all of this chaos?
Well, it's a great opportunity for China. It's a great opportunity for Russia to continue to push against Ukraine. Since the president in less than 100 days has managed to alienate virtually every ally we have around the world, whether it's through his tariff policies or his kind of pettiness with Canada, threatening to throw them out of the Five Eyes. I worry that what had been our strength, Wolf, for literally decades was that we had friends and allies around the world that could count on us. They already had that trust, I think, undermined. Then you've got the economic travails with the tariffs, and now you've got what appears to be a kind of a Keystone Cops group of leadership over the Defense Department. None of that bodes well for the safety of our country.
So is there evidence that close U.S. allies, NATO allies, are now reluctant to share very sensitive intelligence information with the U.S.?
I am not going to comment on that other than the fact that we'll never fully know because you don't know what's not shared. I do know there have been concerns about how our country is going to treat classified information. I know people, within the intelligence community are aghast, not only at this mistreatment of intelligence, but also think about the random firing of General Hawk at the NSA and Cyber Command. He was extraordinarily well respected. There's still no explanation of that other than the fact that right-wing conspiracy theorist who denied 9/11 and said school shootings are made up, Laura Loomer, came in with this list, and suddenly a General Hawk who's well respected around the world is fired without cause. These are not great signals to send at this challenging time.
Senator Mark Warner, the top Democrat on the Senate Intelligence Committee, thanks as usual for joining us.
Thank you, Wolf.
All right, I want to talk to you about some news here in Washington. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth reportedly used a second Signal group chat to discuss sensitive military plans with members of his family, his lawyer. You called the first leaked Signal chat a, quote, huge mistake. Do you have confidence in Secretary Hegseth's judgment?
Well, the question is this chat prior to the one that was leaked out? or did he continue to use the Signal chat group after that happened? And so I'm not sure the timing of it was. If it was something that he did prior to, okay, he should have learned his lesson now with what happened with the Mike Waltz incident. But if he did it afterwards, yeah, I would have concerns because it's already been burned by it once. I don't think you need to get burned by it twice. I think you should learn from your mistakes.
And I understand your point about the timing, but the principles of the issue don't change in terms of discussing sensitive military details on Signal, particularly with people like his wife, who, as far as I know, doesn't have a security clearance.
Right.
I'm not sure, but I don't believe she does. Does that concern you?
If in fact he did discuss what's called top secret or things that only need to be discussed inside a SCIF with his wife, if she doesn't have that kind of security briefing, yes, it would concern me. And it should be a lesson to everybody in the administration and everybody actually in the federal government. A lot of the federal agencies use Signal because it's supposed to be an encrypted, very secure application. The fact that these things are being leaked now call into question how secure Signal really is.
Right, how secure Signal is, and we know that foreign hackers try to get into the phones of top officials. There's all kinds of concerns from intelligence officials. Congressman Carlos Jimenez, thank you for coming on the show.
It's my pleasure.
There is now another scandal involving Signal, the encrypted messaging app, and plans about military strikes. The New York Times first reported that Pete Hegseth, the defense secretary, revealed sensitive details about strikes on Yemen on the app, which included that text exchange included his wife and his personal lawyer. Plus, 3 senior aides to Hegseth who were put on leave last week have now been fired. And perhaps the most damning part of all of this is a former aide and close ally took to Politico and wrote a piece decrying that it was, quote, a month from hell inside the Pentagon. Here's what John Olliott, who's a former spokesman now former of the Pentagon, said. From leaks of sensitive operational plans to mass firings, the dysfunction is now a major distraction for the president, who deserves better from his senior leadership, given that it's hard to see Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth remaining in his role for much longer. Now, to be clear, the White House is saying that the president is sticking by the embattled Pentagon chief, and Hegseth went on the offense this morning.
This is what the media does. They take anonymous sources from disgruntled former employees, and then they try to slash and burn people and ruin their reputations. Not going to work with me, because we're changing the Defense Department, putting the Pentagon back in the hands of warfighters, and anonymous smears from disgruntled former employees on old news doesn't matter. This group right here, full of hoaxsters that peddle anonymous sources from leakers with axes to grind.
I have some very smart reporters here at the table with me to discuss this. CNN's Stephen Collinson and Natasha Bertrand, who covers the Pentagon for us. Let's just start where Pete Hegseth ended there, which is the people who were fired and presumably the people he is talking about. They're not just kind of employees that he inherited when he joined the Pentagon. These are people that he chose, the quote unquote disgruntled employees, and many of them have been very close friends with him. I'm told almost like brothers for a decade.
This is a really, really important point here, because Dan Caldwell, who was one of the employees who was fired last week, he's a senior advisor to Secretary Hegseth. He has known and worked with Hegseth for about a decade now. They date back to the years working together at Concerned Veterans for America, which is a veterans organization. Same with the other individual who was fired that was part of Hegseth's inner circle, Darren Selnick, who was the deputy chief of staff at the Pentagon, also worked with him at Concerned Veterans for America. And so these are people that Hegseth brought on. These are people that he hired and brought into the Defense Department. The same goes with John Olliott, the person who wrote that op-ed last night, that scathing op-ed saying that the last 5 weeks or so at the Pentagon have been absolute chaos. This is really a message that they are trying to send here, in addition to the statement that was released by Dan Caldwell, by Darren Selnick, and by the third official who was fired last week, Colin Carroll, essentially saying that their character and their reputations have been slandered here, and that any notion that they have done something wrong by leaking information to the press, which is one of the rationales that we were given last week when it came out that they were fired, is flat out untrue, something that John Olliott also wrote in his op-ed. And so I think that now we're seeing Hegseth respond in the only way that he knows how to do, which is to attack the media for reporting on something that he actually has not denied the substance of, which was the fact that he had the second Signal chat set up, that his wife, his lawyer, and his brother were in it, and there was no really rational explanation for why they should be read in on a very sensitive military operation.
And I just, so there are so many sort of tentacles to this. One, of course, and perhaps the most important, is what was this document? How sensitive was it? And the people on the text chain, whether they should have had access to it. But then the other is just chaos, dysfunction, whatever John Olliott, who also left on Friday, describes at the highest levels of the Pentagon. I mean, this is Game of Thrones, House of Cards, like, you know, pick your Washington show or some kind of palace intrigue that you would never think would happen in real life is happening real time.
Right, and I think that you've got two dimensions here. You've got the political and the grave national security implications. What you saw there on that clip was the reason that Hegseth got picked in the first place, because he can do the defense, the theatrics. He was there at the Easter egg roll, performing in many ways the way that the president wanted to perform.
That's right.
When he picked him, using the classic Trumpian defense. It's the swamp against us, even though, as you were saying, the facts don't support that. On the politics of this, Trump for now is standing by him, but as we know in the past, that the president stands by people until he doesn't. I don't think he can let him go despite the implications of all this, because if he does, he would be admitting a mistake, that he picked someone unsuitable for the Pentagon in the first place. But to your first point, look at the backdrop, the worsening international situation. We've got the peace talks with Ukraine, talks with Iran, the building clash with China over tariffs that threatens to go into something bigger, into a superpower clash. If you have that level of dysfunction at the top of the Pentagon, from someone who perhaps doesn't have the confidence of everyone in the ranks, despite, you know, this conceit that he's the defense secretary for the enlisted man and woman, that is going to be a problem.
And the fact that it was given to the New York Times, you and our colleagues have done great reporting since then. I am told that is one of the reasons why Trump is with him for now, because he can look at that and say, oh, just kind of like what we heard from Secretary Hegseth. Oh, it's just, you know, the media out to get him, and it looks like a hit job, and these are people who don't want us to succeed, so on and so forth. The question, to your point, Steve, is how long is that going to last?
Yeah, I think that the question of how much patience the White House is going to have with Secretary Hegseth as things like this continue to come out is a really relevant one here, because it is true that the White House does not necessarily want to go through another confirmation hearing, right? It was very, very messy the first time around. It was very difficult to get Pete Hegseth through. They used a ton of political capital to do that. But at the same time, Hegseth keeps doing these things that make him look very amateurish and that are raising questions not only among people who were in his closest inner circle about his judgment, but also increasingly people in the White House who are saying, why does this keep happening? Why is this the second time that we're seeing this very sensitive classified national security information apparently being put into a Signal messaging group?
Yeah. And then sort of the broader question about the chaos well beyond the Pentagon and how things are going down. I just want to remind people, because it is like drinking from a fire hose, about just some of the other examples that have only happened over the past several days. The president's pick for acting IRS commissioner, he was ousted, I should say, just days after his appointment. The Trump White House apparently are blaming this whole confrontation that they're having with Harvard, which is now escalating because the president is doubling down, on a mistake that an official mistakenly sent the letter to Harvard in the first place with the threats. And then, of course, the Trump advisors, sort of what's going on behind the scenes, trying to take advantage of Peter Navarro's absence to push for a tariff pause, which was a great story by Josh Dawsey in the Wall Street Journal. Again, these are just examples in the past few days.
Yeah, and there, at the beginning of the administration, a lot of people were talking about how this was different this time. It was planned. Trump had the people he wanted. He knew what he wanted to do, and that was true to some extent. You know, the early rollout of all those executive orders was far more professional than it was during the start of the first Trump term. But now you're seeing administrations always reflect the person at the top, in my experience. And this is the way Trump has run his business, his life, his first administration, competing forces, and that is naturally going to sort of erode into this kind of chaos. You know, when you're in the middle of an administration, it's often difficult to spot the turning points because the drama is so much. In this administration, the Trump era, that's even harder. But we could look back on some of the things that are going on now, and the president's impulsive, you know, imposition and then taking off of tariffs, as it may be.
Yeah. Thank you. All right. Well, this happened yesterday. Breaking news. Judge Joan Cano and his wife have been arrested by federal authorities after they harbored some gang members at home. Check this out. You can never make this up, ladies and gentlemen. Check this out. Trump is trying to clean up the United States. Some judges allegedly are harboring, according to this right here, TDA gang members. All right? Look at this. All right, here we go. The question here is, why would you harbor a TDA gang member in your home? Because you don't like Trump? You think what he's doing is wrong? And then you're harboring a gang member in your home? Like in your actual home? You're not even like... Okay. All right. That is an example of course, what you would call, most people are saying, a corrupt judge. But more right here. Check it out.
Samuel entered the United States from Mexico back in August of 21, and he was shipped back to Mexico. He illegally entered again sometime in early 2022, where he fled from Texas authorities, and a warrant was issued for his arrest. He was located in Sarasota, Florida in July of 2024, but because of the Biden-Harris catch and release policies, he was released back into our community. So now let's fast forward to April 13th, 2025, Charlotte County, Florida. This individual befriended a 13-year-old and an 8-year-old and decided to play a game of hide and seek. While in the woods with these two, he sexually battered a 13-year-old child, both orally and anally. The subject was later located and arrested by Charlotte County deputies, where he admitted to his crime.
There you have it. I mean, this is real life, ladies and gentlemen. Real life. Okay. Check this out. Too funny. This is a funny segment, ladies and gentlemen. So enjoy the show. Enjoy the funny segment. Check this out.
Kyle, you want to sit on my shoulder? Oh my gosh, you're so tall. You want to sit on my shoulder? Wow. No. Kyle, look at all your balloons. Do you love it? Do you love it? Come on, let's go look in here. Wow. What a berry wonderland. Look at this place. Look at this. So beautiful. Look. Aunt Courtney is so talented. Kyle, do you want to sit on your throne? Ready? This has your name on it. Okay, ready? Sit right here. Sit right here. Here's your ball. Ball. Dylan, here's your ball. Distract him. No, put it in his hand.
Well, they're mounted.
Ball. Kyle. Okay, ready? Let her take a picture or a video. Ready? Dylan.
Okay, look. I guess the parents of the kids allowed this to happen. Or they may just as well be, I don't know, maybe they adopted these kids. I don't know. I'm not sure. But not my kids. I'll tell you that much. Not my kids. Oh. Of course, they've started. Here we go.
Dramatic escalation in the Trump administration's conflict with judges. A protest getting underway in Milwaukee, Wisconsin this hour after FBI agents arrested a county circuit judge this morning. The Justice Department accusing Judge Hannah Dugan of helping an undocumented immigrant avoid arrest after he appeared.
This is another judge, ladies and gentlemen. I showed you a judge. I showed you another judge. This is another judge. So all of these judges are trying allegedly to harbor what? Undocumented migrant? Like, what are they doing?
In her courtroom last week. This appears to be the first time the Trump administration has charged a sitting local official with obstructing immigration enforcement, at least that we know of.
That's her picture up on the screen. Hannah Dugan, who is now in custody. You cannot obstruct a criminal case, and really shame on her.
That, of course, the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, on Fox News touting the judge's arrest after the FBI director, Kash Patel, first broke the news in a post on the platform formerly known as Twitter. It was later deleted. Patel wrote this, quote, "We believe Judge Dugan intentionally misdirected federal agents away from the subject to be arrested in her courthouse, Eduardo Flores Ruiz, allowing the subject, an illegal alien, to evade arrest." Let's get straight to CNN's Whitney Wild. She is live outside the federal courthouse in Milwaukee. Whitney, what more are you learning about this arrest?
These unsealed court documents give quite a bit of detail about what federal law enforcement thinks led up to this
Democrats what they felt was their obligation to eventually arrest this judge. They say this all stemmed from an incident that happened April 18th when Flores Ruiz was due in court in front of Judge Hannah Dugan. He was there to appear on battery charges. Through the course of the morning, Judge Dugan learned that federal agents were there to arrest him. There were about 6 federal agents there from multiple agencies, the FBI, DEA, and ICE among them.
I was just at the White House,
when
Lucas.
Judge Dugan learned that they were there to arrest Flores Ruiz, she became very upset. She actually pulled some of those agents aside and had a phone call with the chief judge in which the chief judge insisted that any arrests would have to take place in the public area of the courthouse. And this is crucial, Casey, because what they say happened next was that Judge Dugan went into her courtroom and as Flores Ruiz and his attorney were set to leave through the public door, the door that would have led to the hallway, she, according to the complaint, said, "Wait, come with me," and then ushered them through the jury door, which took them to a private area of the courthouse. That made it obviously much more difficult for these agents to arrest Flores Ruiz. They were able eventually through the course of the morning to arrest him. But what the FBI makes clear in that complaint is that they believe that was an obstruction of justice. And so they've moved forward with this arrest. And while, as you point out, it is a major escalation, it is not altogether surprising given that they have said from the outset that they are prepared to bring the full force of the law against anyone. That includes elected state and local officials if they perceive them as blocking their duty to, as they say, enforce these immigration laws across the country, Casey.
All right, Whitney Wild for us outside that courthouse in Milwaukee, where, of course, you can see and hear people gathering in reaction to what we have seen. Whitney, thank you very much. I want to go now to CNN law enforcement analyst, former FBI Deputy Director, Andrew McCabe. Sir, thanks so much for being on the show today. This played out pretty unusually in that we first learned about it in a post from the FBI director himself that was later deleted. Can you just give us some insight and help us understand how unusual it is or isn't for federal officials to do something like this, and what your view is of the role that the FBI played in what we know happened here?
Oh my God.
Well, sure, Casey, and this is an absolutely bizarre situation on many levels, not the least of which has been the Department of Justice's crowing about this arrest in light of it, in the aftermath of its exposure today. A department that used to pride itself on letting the legal filings speak for themselves and not actively getting out on the media and essentially convicting someone in the court of public opinion. But nevertheless, the FBI's involvement here is also somewhat odd, and I think it's a reflection of the fact that the Bureau has been dragged into immigration and enforcement by this administration in a way that it has never seen, and in fact has avoided in administrations past. The FBI received authority to conduct immigration enforcement not long after September 11th. But there was a deliberate decision by FBI leadership not to authorize agents to actually use that authority, and instead officially deferred all immigration matters to DHS. FBI agents aren't trained on immigration law. They aren't used to executing arrests without federal court warrants, things like that. So it's something that is beyond their purview. Today, you see them doing it routinely and ending up in situations like this. And I should also add that by spending their time enforcing immigration laws, there's a lot of other things, FBI things, that agents are not doing because they've been drawn away from those priorities.
Andy, will you stand by for me? I want to come back to you kind of throughout this broader panel conversation, because, of course, this all means that the political battleground state of Wisconsin is now the backdrop for this highly unusual and aggressive legal action against this judge from the Trump administration. Of course, the Trump administration led by a president who has been free to express his feelings, hostility towards the judiciary.
Radical left judges, radical left lunatic judges.
He's a nasty judge.
Extreme far left judges.
All right, joining our panel, CNN crime and justice correspondent Caitlin Polantz, CNN senior legal analyst Ellie Honig, CNN political commentator Jamal Simmons, and CNN senior political commentator and the Republican strategist David Urban. Welcome to all of you. Thank you very much for being here. Caitlin Polantz, I want to start with you on our latest reporting around this, because this, of course, a very sensitive area for state and local officials. Their interactions with the federal government, of course, always highly scrutinized as a general matter. Clearly, this judge is in a difficult position now. What do we know about what her plans are to try to fight back against this, and what the administration's next moves are?
Well, they have a case, and that case is going to go on in court. She hasn't entered a pleading yet. She was released after appearance. But one of the things that I think should really be highlighted here is not, I mean, the case against the judge, it's unusual, but it's not unprecedented. There has been a case like this before in 2019 during the first Trump administration, charging a judge in Massachusetts who was accused of something very similar, trying to usher someone out of that courtroom as ICE officials were waiting for that defendant. In that case, that ended up being resolved. Those charges were dropped in the Biden administration against that judge in Massachusetts, but she ended up cutting a deal. So it was a legitimate case there as well. We don't know how this will go for Judge Dugan, but the thing I really want to highlight here is how this was done today. The Attorney General wants to make an example of this, and boy, are they, Casey. I mean, it's not just the Attorney General, Tom Homan, coming out and saying, doesn't matter who you are, we'll go after you, we'll charge you criminally with obstruction. They apprehended this judge on courthouse grounds at 8:30 this morning and then held her in a holding facility at the federal courthouse until her initial appearance, which happened mid-morning in Milwaukee on these federal charges. It's an obstruction charge, yes, but often people who are upstanding members of the community who aren't a risk of flight, who aren't a danger to the community, they're not put in a cell. They were contacted and said, come in later whenever you want to face your charges when you negotiate this. And so that situation, the apprehending of the judge and then using the federal government's spotlight to point at this case, it just shows you how much of a hard line the administration wants to take here.
Everything Caitlin said and Andy McCabe said before her about the way this is being handled, the way the arrest is being handled, the way that DOJ is publicizing this is spot on and correct. However, looking at the complaint, let's strip the politics out of it. This is a crime. If they can prove what happened here, it is a crime. This judge, let's strip the Trump of it all out. Let's strip the immigration of it all out. Let's say law enforcement shows up at a building with an arrest warrant. They're looking for person A. Person B then says, hey, there's a secret escape door out back. I'm going to show you the way, and then ushers that person out the back door. That is textbook obstruction. That said, I think there's a fair debate to be had that I guess you two will be having in a moment about whether prosecutors should have brought this case. And let me tell you, I've been both state and federal side. If I was at DOJ and someone brought me this case on these facts, I would say, I get it. I get that robotically this is a crime, but I don't know that this is the right move here. Can't we just call up the state courthouse, see if there's some way we can work this out with the judiciary? How are we going to make arrests? I did this. Where are we going to make arrests? What are the protocols we're going to agree on? Jumping right, not everything that's a crime must be indicted or charged by complaint. And so I think this is a crime on paper, but there's a very fair debate about whether it should have been charged.
Right. Well, prosecutors make choices, right?
Exactly.
An allocation of.
It's a crime, but should it? I don't think he should have been charged. It's a crime on paper, though. It's a crime on paper, but we don't think it should have been. What? Okay. But Trump takes the phone call. Next in. Impeach him. Make sure he's impeached, ladies and gentlemen. But these people have our gang members. Oh, it's a crime on paper, ladies and gentlemen. All right, AOC 2028.
Looks like New York Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez could be gearing up to be the new face of the Democratic Party. The self-proclaimed Democratic Socialist has been drawing tens of thousands to her rallies, pretty big crowds. She's breaking her own fundraising records, and she's surging in polls among Democrats. Now, some are wondering if her latest post is a, quote, soft launch for a presidential run in 2028.
To be welcomed here in this state, all of us together, seeing our common cause, this is what this country is all about.
AOC versus Kamala. Man, AOC is gonna wipe. I don't want to say wipe the floor, but that's what she's gonna do with Kamala when it comes to primaries. Okay, there's no way Kamala is going to be AOC when it comes to primaries. Everybody can talk the talk and talk about Kamala as a, black woman or whatever. Look, AOC would wipe her during the primaries. Now, if the Democrat Party puts AOC forward for 2028, then it's over for Democrat Party. Like AOC. But she's going to definitely win Kamala Harris for sure.
Don't let them trick us into thinking we are enemies. Don't let them trick us into thinking
That's right, of course. Put the motivational tune under the voice. Look at it.
Be separated into rural and urban, black and white and Latino. We are one. And from the waitress who is now speaking to you today from this podium, I can tell you, impossible is nothing. Miracles start with mustard seeds. And that is
all right, Obama.
What each and every one of you represent today.
Yeah, she's running 2028.
Kennedy, that
she's
looks like a launch to me.
Yeah. She's running 2028. Yeah, AOC's running 2028. That's it. That right there shows you that she's running 2028. But get me a beer, says C. Shelley.
And let me start with just her role in the Democratic Party. So aside from her general approvals in the population, 61%, according to YouGov, of Democrats view her favorably. This means she has the highest favorability of any Democrat who has not run for president. A Yale University survey found her at number 2 in a hypothetical matchup in a Democratic primary. So she's no one to scoff at. She's certainly someone who could potentially win a nomination.
Yes. So here's what happened. The 4 years of the Biden administration created a power vacuum because you had a president who wasn't really leading. You also had an administration that didn't have very solid ideas for the Democrat Party. People felt like the party had moved away from them and was being run by old snobs. So when that power vacuum was created, they didn't come up with great ideas in order to defeat Trump and look into the future, but the socialists have been doing that the entire time. So their agenda is based on statism, making government bigger and more oppressive, but also populism. And that's where Democrats ceded the most support to the Republican Party, to President Trump, and to Vice President Vance. So AOC has put herself in the position to fill up that vacuum, and she's doing that with name recognition, social media. But Tomi Lahren made the best point. I think it was about a week ago, and I'm going to let her go off on this because it changed my mind about AOC, because I was like, well, maybe she is a big threat. She's certainly a big threat to economic freedom, but Tomi sort of laid it all out why she could face such a challenge if she's actually faced with other presidential candidates.
Well, you teed Tomi up perfectly to make that case.
Yeah, so my question last week, and I have the same question, is can we imagine AOC in a debate situation? And I'm not even talking about a presidential debate between a Republican candidate and AOC. I'm talking about a primary. I'm talking about, can she hold her own when actually challenged about policy positions? Even what are her own policy positions? And if you look at her policy positions, if she were to go on stage and talk about those, she might still be able to get a crowd. But could she even get Democrats on her side? Because Democrats are saying, we want you to moderate. And she is the most extreme. The Green New Deal, universal health care, wide open borders, lawlessness, cashless bail. Those are all AOC policy positions that she's never actually articulated well, by the way. You can go on stage and talk about a mustard seed, and you can talk about we don't separate between this. That sounds great if you are a rock star or a motivational speaker. Her policy positions are not popular within her own party. I don't even think she could unseat Chuck Schumer. And I certainly don't think she could be the Democrat nominee. We got Joe Biden in 2020 because he was the most moderate on that stage, not because he was some shining star. So the Democrat Party would be well to understand that. Influencer culture does not translate to a general election.
You know, Trace, I think you need two things to win the presidency in this day and age. Number one, you need a brand. Trump had a brand, a hugely popular MAGA brand. Obama had a brand. AOC has a brand. She has 35 million followers. She comes across very authentic, despite the first-class seats and the private flights she's taking. But the issues are the problem. And Peter Hamby points out her net favorability, 6 points underwater, 18 points behind Bernie Sanders. Plenty of other polls show that. And in fact, favorables with the general population behind Trump, Elon Musk, and J.D. Vance.
And the far left of the party is getting away from that. They're saying, listen, we don't have to worry about policy issues, right? You had Jasmine Crockett coming on yesterday saying, listen, we shouldn't have to worry about policy. It's all about the vibe. You're back to the vibe. If you look at Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, the answer to Tommy's question is no. She couldn't win a debate. You look at her on CNN. She doesn't interview well. She's great on social media. I mean, she's really compelling. She's got a gazillion followers, and that's her niche. That's where she really excels. But you put her on live television, you put her in a debate, she's not going to do well. She has kind of worked on her delivery. You know, she's got this affectation, just like Kamala Harris does, where she speaks in front of people and she changes the tone of her voice, changes the accent of her voice. So she's trying to figure out where she's going to go. But until she figures out how to combat and be really good at debates and really good on policy, she's nothing but a social media candidate.
Lydia, this is, I think, the best point I have seen made about AOC. And it was made by a progressive activist to Peter Hamby at Puck News. And, you know, it's easy to say, oh, let's put all the progressives in one bucket. But you can't do that. And this is the point the activist made, that the key distinction between her and Bernie Sanders is the core question swirling around whether she can appeal beyond a lefty New York congressional district. Bernie is a class first, class only guy, where she is preoccupied by race and identity. He has had one focus, the billionaires, the millionaires, the working class. We can all do his little accent. But she has focused on race and identity, which puts her in a separate bucket, maybe more the woke bucket than Bernie Sanders has been in.
And I think that's going to come back to bite her. I don't think that's going to work well in her favor. And I think she probably knows that, because if you look at that video that she just posted on her social media, it seems like she's trying to step back. She's talking about how don't let them divide us. We're all one. That is very different than what she's talked about in the past. But I think Tommy is absolutely right, especially when you talk about her track record and her ability to stand on her own 2 feet and debate some of the issues, particularly the ones that she has waded in on. At Fox Business, which is where you can usually find me, you know, we spend a lot of time talking about economic and policy issues. And we know, Trace, to your point, how important the economy was during this last election. So I think Americans really want to know moving forward where our candidates stand on economics. She does not have a good track record. Self-professed socialist, wants to tax the rich. And let's be clear, when you talk about taxing the rich, you're talking about taxing small business owners. And whether you're a small business owner or you're one of the nearly 1 out of 2 Americans in this country that are employed by a small business, that should alone concern you. You know, years ago, when she first was elected to Congress, I was a local news reporter here in the city, and I will never forget how she is responsible for running Amazon out of this city, and how many of her constituents will never forgive her for that.
I'm Steve Doocy.
That's true. I think that was in 2018, 2019, something like that. She definitely ran Amazon out of New York. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, you guys are the best. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being a part of the show. It is currently 5:37 p.m. And let me see. Let me see.
We begin with a federal judge putting the brakes on another key part of President Trump's agenda. It's somewhat of a trend these days. This time, the issue is requiring proof of citizenship before registering to vote. In a partial ruling, D.C. Judge Colleen Collar-Cotley ruled that Trump does not have the power to enforce such a regulation on national elections. She wrote this: "Our Constitution entrusts Congress and the states, not the president, with the authority to regulate federal elections. Consistent with that allocation of power, Congress is currently debating legislation that would affect many of the changes the president purports to order. Indeed, that legislation is called the SAVE Act. It's already passed through the House, awaiting a vote in the Senate. But remember, it's issues like election integrity that put President Trump back in the White House. A Gallup poll, look at this. It's hard to get this many people to agree on anything, but here we are. This Gallup poll found that 83% backed a proof of citizenship requirement when registering to vote. Trace, I want to break this number down a little further because one thing we constantly hear from the left is we can't do voter ID. It would disenfranchise voters of color. They make this argument. Democrats, they say, would not be on board with this. However, Gallup found otherwise. Look at this. Democrats, 66% of Democrats approve of this citizenship measure, maybe not the executive order, but the principle of it. And with people of color, 76% approve of looking at citizenship when someone goes to register to vote. It kind of demolishes the entire argument of the left.
Yeah, and it really, you go back to even with the Georgia voting law, you talk about these things and you have all of this outpouring of people who are minorities, women who they constantly cite saying, oh, no, this is going to be bad for minorities and women because why? Because they don't have the skill set to be able to present ID, to be able to vote, to be able to kind of prove their citizenship before they vote. That's always the same excuse. And the people have come out time and time again saying, we're fine. We will be fine. We're going to make the ID. As far as this case goes, the judge, not surprising. I mean, she's a Clinton appointee. She has ruled against Republican administrations before. George W. Bush ruled against Dick Cheney. So she's got this history of doing this. So it's not surprising. Is it right or wrong? We'll find out later on as it goes through the court process. But what is wrong is the Democrats constantly arguing the same argument, regardless if it's the Georgia voting law or this law, which is some people just can't handle it.
Kennedy, one of the interesting things is these judges' rulings, part of me feels like a part of the administration relishes them because what they do is they succeed at putting the left on the opposite side of common sense. So this judge, she has succeeded in getting the left to argue against proving citizenship. So they're with the 20%. On Kilmar Abrego Garcia, they have succeeded. The judge may have ruled against Trump at the federal level, at that district court level, but nevertheless, they've succeeded in putting Democrats in a place where they're defending a guy who his wife said abused her, among other accusations that are out there.
Yeah, and this is what happens when you force the issue. You force the other side to take a stand. Mm-hmm. And, when you take a strong of an issue in terms of requiring proof of citizenship in order to register to vote, then you're forcing the other side to say, no, it's a free-for-all. Anyone can vote from anywhere in the world, regardless of how long they've been in this country or whether or not they hate this country. And, that's a bad look for Democrats. It's not a nuanced, sophisticated decision. And it's also one I don't think sells really well to their voters. They also look at the progressive members of Congress who go to El Salvador to meet with Mr. Abrego Garcia. And they're like, that's who you're championing? Like, sure, there's an argument for due process. And I actually didn't disagree with what the judge said about maybe we let this go through Congress. And if it's codified into law, as it should be under the legislative branch, that's fine. But taking a political stand against it is really taking a stand against people who want a champion for themselves, their families, and their communities.
Lydia, interestingly, though, the judge here, and this may be, a little bit of nuance how you get this done. Jonathan Turley made the point that the Constitution says that states determine the manner, the place of elections. However, legislation might be the strongest way for Trump to get this through. You have the SAVE Act. There's congressional delegation of authority to the executive branch. It's the safest way to do this and would be victorious all the way to the Supreme Court for sure if they were to do that. So we'll see if they do it. Mm-hmm. But I don't know. There's a lot of pressure on senators when you have 80% saying this. You're going to side with the 20%?
Yeah, it's such a great point. Two things can be true at once. I think this judge can be right, like as Jonathan Turley is pointing out, that this ability to regulate the elections really is reserved for the states and Congress. So you're right. This puts a lot of pressure. The SAVE Act has already passed the House. It's gone over to the Senate. Some Democrats actually voted to pass it out of the House, speaking to the incredible pressure. And it's just simply common sense. And what we're hearing from Democrats who are opposing this this measure, they're raising a lot of concern or trying to make a lot of hay about we're going to disenfranchise voters and not everybody is able to secure their documentation to establish that they are an actual citizen. I would say to that two things. If that is true, then maybe we can have a concerted effort in this country to make sure that people are able to access their documents to establish their citizenship. But number two, there's actually something that's much more deep-seated and concerning, which is there is a good faction of the left that is not just trying to stick up for those who are not able to establish their citizenship. They're actively trying to make it easier or make it available at all for non-citizens to vote in this country. And you can look no further than New York City, where we are right here. Just last month, our state Supreme Court here in New York set aside an ordinance that the New York City Council had passed to allow non-citizens to vote here in the city in municipal elections. It would have, if that had stood, it would have allowed something like 800,000 non-citizens to vote in city elections. So there's definitely an effort. So this move by the Trump administration is spot on. They need to have a law.
Yeah, without question. Tommy, you have this D.C. judge, and you also have another judge, this one not a Clinton appointee, an Obama appointee, who is saying, no, President Trump, you can't pull federal funding from sanctuary cities. I think Trump's on pretty firm legal footing here. Nevertheless, I wanted to pull up the plaintiffs in this lawsuit because they have something in common. You have Oakland, you have San Jose, you have San Diego, you have Portland, you have New Haven, you have Minneapolis, you have St. Paul, you have Santa Fe, and you have Seattle. These are places hardly known for law and order. And here they are suing, saying, we're proud of being sanctuary cities. Don't take our money away.
They weren't proud of it, though, when the illegal aliens were being bused to their cities and their states. I seem to remember there being kind of an uproar in these sanctuary cities when Governor Abbott, Governor DeSantis, and others decided they didn't want to deal with the open borders, so they were going to pass along the privilege of harboring illegal aliens to the places that have said that they want to harbor illegal aliens. Poor Trace, a lot of those cities were in California.
Right. All of them, like, yeah, it's a litany of
your state is being represented well, and Gavin Newsom's going to have to answer for that as well when he runs in 2028. We all know that he's going to, and as are the other leaders of the Democrat Party that are standing up for non-citizen voting, or at least standing against proof of citizenship, that are standing against the defunding of sanctuary cities. The American people made it very clear in November of 2024. Not only do they not want an open border, they don't want millions of illegal aliens to seek refuge in this country. That has been proven. So once again, this administration is smart. There's going to be legal challenges. They already know it. Every time they do something that seems common sense, they're going to be challenged for it. But at least they're starting the conversation. They're putting the pressure on Congress to actually have to do something. President Trump is saying, I'm going to do as much as I can, but you're going to have to go the rest of the way. The American people demanded it. Now it's time for our representatives and our senators to take it the distance. We're counting on you. President Trump can only do so much.
I was thinking of you, Trace, as that list came up. I was like, these are some of your friends and neighbors on the West Coast.
Woo,
and
Santa
Kennedy,
Monica.
too.
Yeah.
Santa Monica.
Hey, everyone.
We know these judges, some of these judges, we've seen that some of them are being arrested for trying to block an illegal migrant. So, I mean, at this point. Anyway, President Trump lands in Italy. Right here, right now.
us, so let's go.
Oh, God. Got a little bit below.
Wow. So President Trump actually went with his wife to the other door to open the door. That's so gentlemanish. Here we go.
Not gonna wait for us, so let's go.
Wow.
Got a little bit
Say,
below.
look, this man is such a G, yo. He went to the other door to open the door to get the door for his wife. Damn.
Not gonna wait for us, so let's go.
This is the President of the United States.
Got a little bit below.
With that being said, instead of looking for perfection, seek for consistency. Never give up on yourself. Never give up on your dreams. Never give up on God. Believe in yourself. Believe in your dreams. And believe in Almighty God. God is the greatest, regardless of what you're going through in life. Never, ever give up. Keep going. And you might see the light at the end of the tunnel. But if you stop, you would, for sure, never see the light at the end of the tunnel. So God bless you. God bless you. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel, and we are at the end of the live stream. It is 5:51 p.m. And of course, today's date is the 25th of April, 2025. We're going to be back tonight by God's grace. Okay, by God's grace, we're gonna be back tonight. Shout out to C. Shelley, Zyro's Guardian. Shout out to the man, Mr. Booski. You know what time it is. God bless y'all. Much love, much love, much love. God is the greatest. Thank you so much. God bless the United States, and thank you to the veterans. And of course, if you're in the military, God bless you. You protect the homeland. Thank you so much for tuning in and join the memberships. It is $4.99. God bless you. And I'm signing out.